Okay, we are live, I believe. Nice timing with
All
the
right.
cuckoo clock.
The cuckoo clock always has the best timing,
It does.
usually in the form of comedic timing. In fact, it has better comedic timing than I do. But, all that aside, so begins the next leg of our journey within the Yesrallaw Odyssey. I believe we are now on episode 14, is that correct?
We are on episode 14, yeah.
Excellent.
Wow.
Excellent.
I've never got on a campaign for so long.
Really?
Yeah, this is double of the other campaign that I played.
Well, hopefully this will keep going for many, many more sessions. But all that aside, we pick up from where we left off with the party having finished undergoing some post-battle recovery and various other activities. Would anybody like to give us a recap of the previous session's events?
I can if you like, if no one else will. It will be brief. Essentially, last week, we looted a cave. Marsh picked up the remnants of his robot and tried to breathe some sort of life into it and created some sort of small scrap monster that rolled around on the floor a bit. We found an extra firestone. I accidentally drank from the flask of of whatever was in there, but and had a bit of a
Question mark fluid.
sense of I lost my senses slightly and became very suggestible, and then I exploded a goblin. Well, exploded isn't exactly the word. I turned him inside out with laxatives, much to the amusement of everyone, including Scrag. Was there much else? That's a bit of a brief.
Yes, but I would say the only other thing that I can personally remember happening was it was after Gruce demonstrated to Scrack the aftermath of his little experiment. He proceeded to join the cook, the otherwise second in command leader of the kobolds, and having a little bit more of a experimentation session with the material from within the flask.
The other things that I remember from the session is that I found a small glowing orb. I gave it to Gunnar for some extra pondering, and he kept that one. And there was also a jewelry box case with some goodies inside that blew up in my face. However, I do have some nice stones now.
Yes, you have finally managed to acquire some nice stones. Congratulations.
I already had a good pair of stones, but this one completes the set of 3.
Excellent out.
It's very shiny, little small.
According to the description of Ginger, it's
actually no, wasn't it? It was huge, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was as big as a baby's stump or a baby's fist. What was it?
That's right. It's a baby's fist. Yes. It is
I'm
quite
far more
a large
interested.
diamond.
I'm far more interested in what the
You cut out there,
What?
Kiki.
Yeah.
Say that again, Kiki.
I said I'm far more interested in what a baby's stump looks like.
No.
What?
Go there.
Don't.
No.
Don't.
What?
Ever heard of a Turkish pizza?
Perhaps it's best that we moved on with the conversation.
Yes.
So, at the end of the previous session, The party, after some discussion, came to the conclusion that the next destination for the group would be the relatively nearby town of Lavender, a place where one of our party members, the drunken monk Gruce, had spent his earlier years learning how to get up into a lot of trouble and also learning how to drink an awful lot of booze. Two things which I'm sure are entirely unrelated. But as the party had decided that they were going to travel to Lavendale, and with being relatively little to do along the way, I suggested that we have somewhat of a time skip, whereby the week or so journey on foot through the wilderness could be gotten over and done with quickly in order to arrive in the town post haste. But just double checking, is there anything that anybody would like to do during the journey? Any inter-character interactions, or perhaps just simply getting something done as a potential project?
I want to see if I can find any more of those berries. That
The
made
same
those.
berries that were used in Trigg's laxative potion.
Yeah, barring that, just random poisonous herbs for my poisoner's kit.
All right. I would say go ahead and roll for yourself a survival check in order to just get a rough indication as to how successful you are.
I have good survival. Please don't be shit.
9/11.
Yes. Except it's the other way around, which is probably preferable.
Yeah.
So,
Well, that's how the Americans put it.
Yes.
well, there are no Americans here, so screw that.
Absolutely.
So, with you having attempted to roll for finding berries of, pardon me, with you attempting to roll to try and find some more of these laxative berries and only, unfortunately, achieving an 11, I would say you're unable to locate the exact same variety, but undeterred, you do continue searching and manage to find the necessary materials to be able to throw together another batch of poisons for your poisonous kit.
You know, I'm going to go out and do similar and generally sort of see what herbs and so on I can find with an idea towards sort of healing kits and that type of thing. Whilst I'm
All
wandering
right.
around, because I do have some herbalism skill. Give
It
that
is worth
a
saying
roll of
that
17.
now that the party has gone from the relatively arid environment that they had previously fought the goblins in to a more lush area, I would say, you're looking for materials for creating health potions, are you?
Essentially, I just see what I can find. I mean, if I find more of those berries, I'm going to pick them up. But yeah,
Okay.
essentially, if I
Well-
can find whatever that might help me with healing people, or maybe something that might be a little intoxicating and fun. The odd
You do
interesting
manage to-
mushroom.
You do manage to find a variety of potential interesting herbs and the like, most of which end up having little use outside of culinary purposes, but you manage to find enough materials that were you to visit an apothecary in a nearby town, you may be able to buy some ingredients off them on the cheap in order to complete some health potion ingredient sets.
Cool.
I would say just go ahead and add incomplete health potion ingredients to your inventory, and we shall go over that in finer detail when the time comes.
Are health potions magical in nature, or are they purely something that's like alchemical?
They are mostly alchemical. Some potions can have a degree of magic infused into them, but typically that is not standard.
Incidentally,
see.
I still have 4 health potions on me. I would like to. Who does not have the ability to heal either themselves or
No.
one another?
I have no ability to heal myself.
Then I will
But you also don't
pass.
get hit.
Yes.
Ditto.
Yeah. Okay. In that case, I will hand a health potion over to each of you.
Thank you.
You know, it's actually somewhat surprising just how much of the party is able to perform healing in some form or another, with half of the party having the ability to cast Cure Wounds.
What was the health potion again? Was that 2d4?
It's 2d4 plus 2.
The ability to cast Cure Wounds is very different from the desire to cast Cure Wounds.
That is correct, yes. Thankfully, you yourself do have access to Lay on Hands, which is typically more reliable. How does it feel, Kiki, knowing that Grace is the most competent healer in the party?
And yet she's not willing to heal.
Yes, she's the most incompetent.
I don't know actually. If you did both
Well,
CD's got quite a powerful heal to him, and so is
I don't know. I've never seen him heal. I've only seen him take damage.
Well, no,
I
he healed
have.
himself. He healed himself, and also
Oh yeah, yeah. You're
Garrow.
right. You're right. Yeah. Never mind. You're right. You're right.
I'm a team player.
I
Moment of
would,
silence.
on this journey, Ginge, like to master the art of the sword.
But Kiki, you've already mastered it.
One
Then
can
why do I
always go
still-
beyond.
Then why do I still miss?
You haven't mastered the art of the dice. None of us have.
You have to
Expect
increase
never
your
will.
luck stat.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose during
In
the
all
journey, Garrow would like to continue to train his apprentice in all things heroic and combat related.
All right.
Hmm.
This basically sparring at least once every day, and probably a few
All right.
other exercises.
Duly noted.
And,
Kiki,
Are you
when
gonna-
you
Mhm.
sorry, when you said that you wish to master the art of the sword, what exactly are you talking about there? Because if it's just gaining proficiencies, that's not really something that you can do via mechanics. But if there's something that you're trying to do which isn't a definitive mechanic in game, it may be possible to do something.
This is who is good. That's it.
Oh,
I was just
It's-
jesting with you, don't worry.
I see. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Oh, in the Christmas getup.
oh,
Wait, Gruce can speak. Read Dwarvish.
Yeah. No, I can speak Dwarvish and Celestial.
Oh,
just a question: is my writing lessons going on smoothly?
Oh, we sort.
That's
I don't
actually a
think
good
we.
question. Who have you been receiving most of your tutelage from? Would that be Gunnar or would that be Grigori?
Gunnar, and when I'm like, I receive equally from both of them.
Good answer.
I God fucking damn it. Let's
very
just go on.
diplomatic answer.
Yes.
Okay. Right. Well, given that CD is receiving from multiple people at once, I suppose the best option here would be to do 2 dice rolls.
What should I do?
Should we roll or should he roll?
I would say,
I would say all of us, actually.
Yeah, each of you roll a check of your choice, whether it be a skill check or, if you would prefer, just simply straight intelligence. Do bear in mind
Do-
that whatever skill you choose to roll and whatever skill you Kiki,
Yeah.
how do you have proficiency in rolling a dice set? What is the modifier for rolling a dice?
What?
At level 1, I got to pick a proficiency with a tool set, and the tool set I chose was dice.
What?
Ah,
So the
Okay.
dice are in her favor.
So what you're telling me is that Grace has the ability to roll a 23 on a d20.
Yeah.
Nice.
As such, now that this is known, I will be adding 3 to all of my dice rolls henceforth. Thank you very much.
Um,
do we get to select, by the way, whether or not we are rolling to assist in teaching Chase to read, or attempting to mess with his education so that he learns the wrong things?
I originally did intend for only Marsh, Chase, and Theo to be the ones rolling, but if Grace wants to come in and sabotage things, you're perfectly welcome
No,
to do
Grace
so.
does not, but I was hoping that someone else would.
Well, I mean, if Garrow catches wind of possible arcane learnings, he'd definitely want to lend his expertise to help.
There's
Well-
nothing arcane about this.
It's just teaching him how
No.
to read.
Yes, but reading runes and reading letters are very similar. There must be some crossover there, right?
Yeah, you first need to know how to read letters before you can read runes.
Garo can read, right?
Anyway, gonna roll intelligence now.
Yeah, me too.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm gonna roll history in an attempt to start. Oh, then no, never mind. That doesn't work. He's not. I'm not very good with that.
Did I help?
Yes.
Are you trying to distract from the lesson?
This is a performative lesson.
So
Is it a performative dance?
let's go ahead and describe precisely what the results of these rolls means.
I would like to definitely clue in on what the results of a 16 for learning to read via the form of interpretive dances.
So, first of all, we have Gunnar and CD both having rolled an 18 on their relative intelligence checks. With these values both being high and also being identical, I would say that the process of learning how to read goes along shockingly smoothly, with CD making excellent progress on his attempts to learn various lexicons and spellings and how to recognize characters and such. I would say the results of the lessons that you receive from Gunnar is that you now have a basic understanding of letters and are able to recognize individual letters, assuming they are in a easily understandable script. On the other hand, your attempts to learn from Grigori unfortunately ends up being taken off track somewhat, with Grigori ending up going into the process of attempting to teach you how to read, but instead of trying to teach you how to read common, ends up teaching you how to read Elvish history books, with him attempting to use a particular history book written in Elven and attempting to effectively teach you how to read common with using Elven references. The result is the vast majority of the information ends up going over your head, but you do feel like you pick up a couple of interesting factoids about the Elven Empire, which I will let Theo decide upon.
So wait.
During this during this entire period, Garrow, who has discovered that you are undergoing various methods of education, spotting that you are apparently being taught to read by Gunnar and are being taught history by Grigori, decides to attempt to provide not only a source of emotional support and motivation, but also attempts to imbue some martial arts understanding with what can best be described as various martial art based katas being performed in an attempt to enthusiastically imbue martial arts knowledge upon you, Chase.
Kata number 5 in C sharp.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate it.
Kata number 7 in D minor.
You're not supposed to.
But yes,
What?
I'm not finishing that thought.
And
No.
nobody sabotaged my learning process.
apparently not.
Not intentionally.
Yet.
Yet.
Actually, now that I think about it, the process of Garrow effectively performing various martial arts routines whilst you're attempting to learn from the other two members of the party would probably serve to distract you and thus be a major contributing factor to the overall failure in learning useful information from Grigori.
All I learned is that they apparently have forces that wear brown skirts.
Oh yeah, also the brown skirts. Yeah, good one. You get 4 facts. 4 facts about the Elven Empire.
The
I
brown
told you he was a girl. Where's the skirt?
So the elves are a nation filled with traps.
No, they're not, and no, I'm not a girl.
All right. So
Oh,
the
you do
fact
jest.
that I learned is the empire is split into multiple regions controlled by royal houses. A lot of elven aristocracy in the military, and they are traditional and highly religious. Good to know.
Language sounds
All
an
of these
awful
things are
lot
true.
like French.
And German.
Oh God, that's an unholy mix.
Oh no, not the Franco-German.
I mean, the French are basically just cursed Germans.
Agreed.
But Ginger, I also would like to do something on the trip, and that is I want to borrow from Marsh, from Gunnar, the little orb.
Which one? He now has
The
2.
bead of wisdom, I
The
believe.
bead of wisdom.
I see.
I will admit, I
So-
don't remember what the bead of wisdom does.
It's basically a hint giver. Once a daily hint giver. That's what it basically was, right, Ginger?
Yeah, that about sums it up. It's an item that you can effectively use to ask me, the DM, for advice.
Okay. Yeah, basically there's I want to use that. And what I would like to know is there's a specific person I'm looking for. And I'm currently just stuck and no clue where to start searching again. So I'm just sort of wanting to ask that to the orb.
Sure, I can lend it to him for this purpose.
I mean, I'm not telling you this. I'm just asking you, hey, can I borrow the orb?
Understandable, but you know, we're traveling together, so it's not a big deal.
I mean, I'm gonna give it back to you afterwards, so.
All right. When you ask the orb this and will the orb to provide you with information, you see that the soft thrumming glow of greenish energy that the orb produces seemingly dies out, with the glow coming to a crescendo of sorts and then going dull. After which you hear as almost like an ethereal voice that has no particular source, that to find an individual who does not wish to be found, a good place to start is a location of high traffic.
So, like
Okay.
an airport.
Yeah, an airport. Or I don't know.
A port city, maybe.
I don't know. It almost sounded to me that the DM was asking one of his players to go out on a road and get run over.
Yeah, we need
A
to.
good play on the motorway.
We need to
yeah.
find a motorway.
What is the first examples of highways?
Currently the best examples of typically the most of the areas within Stratovania still consist of relatively rudimentary roads, with only areas with only major direct highways connecting certain locations. For example, there isn't really a major road connecting Lavendel and Meadowburn, with instead the river that travels between the two locations, or close enough, and ending up being used as a major source of traffic, with any major transport between the two locations being done via boat. If you want to find a well-traveled road, probably the most traveled road would be between the cities of Varpak and Port Manly over to the far east.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, that's some good information. After that, I think I'm done pondering the orb, and I'll just hand it back to Gunnar. Thanks for letting me borrow it.
All right, and just to let you know, this is information that anybody in the immediate vicinity would have also heard. It's
Yeah,
not
that's
like-
okay.
So,
It's a good job you didn't ask the orb about how to deal with your hemorrhoids.
Yeah, you see, Orb, I've got this weird rash that's not going away.
Oh, God.
It's all over my skin. I think it's because I'm spending too much time with these humans.
Well, it's not me.
I hear
the
it's,
hilarious
it's
thing is
caused
if
in
you-
elves by them looking down their nose too often.
if you had asked the orb something along those lines, I would have answered it legitimately and honestly. It
I
probably
know.
would have been something along the lines of find a person of holy nature, or alternatively an apothecary.
Hey, we just got two answers there. Nice.
Yeah.
I
Two
mean, it
for-
wasn't quite as accurate as we'd want it to be. It's not quite low. You have syphilis.
Well, you see, in terms of searching for a holy person, well, we already have one in the party.
Hmm
You do, sort of.
Okay.
Ish, a bit.
I am very good at making other people holy as well.
Mm.
Only when you hit.
It's okay. Once a day, my god can make me hit.
By
Oh my.
Providence's fate.
So how long is this journey? Is it like a week? Is it 2 weeks or what?
It's a little over a week to get from the goblin encampment over to Lavender.
Okay. Would you say that in that time of constant sparring, Gruce may have gained anything from the training and sparring?
He
Got
definitely
bruise.
would have gained some progress towards something, but there wouldn't be any tangible results just yet. It takes more than a week worth of daily sparring in order to pick up new information like that.
Fair enough.
But keep it up for long enough, and well, Something will probably happen eventually.
Isn't that the definition
I'm
of
pretty-
madness?
No, I'm pretty sure that's what she said, though.
No,
Well-
every kung fu movie where the guy goes off and trains with the master, he's always off training for at least a year. But then he does come
I've
back
heard-
a master and defeats the evil bad guy that's trying to kill his father or something.
I've heard that
True,
if you keep it
yeah.
up for long enough, you need to see a doctor.
That is also true, yes.
Yes, sprains have been known to happen.
Or a holy man in this case.
So, with all that said, with all of this having come to a conclusion and the party having made their travel, on what's estimated to be the final day's worth of travel towards the town of Lavendale, you all find yourselves walking along this relatively well-worn road, which, after having passed several signs, you conclude is probably a route that only those who are too poor to be able to gain passage on a ship leading through the waterways. Only those people tend to walk this road, with the only other notable location in this direction being the monastery from which Gruce grew up, and also the city of Verdenfeld that you all originally came from. But as you travel along this road, you do notice something quite remarkable. Cresting over a hill, you find yourselves looking down upon what can best be described as a sight of pure floral ecstasy, with the sight before you being a patchwork of various coloured flowers, all kept in perfect unison and organization, with a variety of colours being on display. The majority of the flowers that you see along this region is a large number of purple flowers, which seem to go on for fields upon fields upon fields, with only the occasional break for something else, whether that be a bright white flower, the likes of which can't realistically be identified at this distance, or some deep red, almost vaguely orange-ish looking flowers, and just a whole patchwork of different colors. You are immediately reminded of two things. The first thing is that the vast majority you are reminded of why precisely this town ended up becoming such an attractive tourist location for the elite and wealthy from the major cities of Stratovania. And Gruce is probably reminded of having burnt down some fields of flowers one day in his childhood many years ago, or something to that nature.
This place sounds like it's run by autistic gardeners.
Not wrong.
Do you say that in character, though?
Trig, you're muted.
Am I still muted?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay, good. As we get close to the town, Gruce is going to look around for things that he might be able to use to maybe just sort of alter his appearance just a little bit, so that people probably won't recognize him as he gets there.
Do you need any help with that? I can probably fix you up something fierce.
Cool. A decent hat or a hood, I think might be appropriate. Something to just sort of
I mean, we can try changing up the color of your hair a bit, or finally getting rid of that 5 o'clock shadow you're wearing. I'm sure nobody here has seen you ever with a clean-shaven face.
Absolutely not. Would never be seen dead with a clean-shaven face.
Do we know why you're trying to disguise yourself? Was that discussed?
I'm not sure it matters. Someone here has just exclaimed and made known that they are very gay.
No, I'm just very good with disguises. You know.
You're good with makeup.
Grace.
We got it.
Excellent.
Grace, it's not gay when it's a woman saying it.
We can't talk
Oh,
about
poor
that.
Gregory.
However,
Giggles.
that I'm not making a good case for myself right now.
But yes,
This is what I
can you
get
tell
for
what you're
trying to
trying
help
to.
humans.
So, Gregory, do you and Gruce attempt to go through the process of giving him a high-speed makeover in preparation for entry into the town of Lavender?
You want it or not, Trig?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, because I got a disguise kit.
Cool. Perfect.
All right. If you want, you can just simply roll on the disguise kit, or you can describe to me and the rest of the party what measures you would go through in order to disguise your friend. And the more
Okay.
detail you go into, the more forgiving I'll be with the results of the dice roll.
Well, the dice roll is.
Alternatively, you could just roll a natural 19 with a +7 for a total of 26 and say, fuck it, he looks excellent.
I'm gonna do that. However, I can spice it up a bit, like saying like, he usually wears that robe a bit ruggedy. So let's just try to make him look just a bit of the opposite of how he would look normally.
Oh my goodness, you've actually tied the midwaist on it properly on his dressing gown. Is that what you've done?
Totally different person.
Totally different person.
Change of
Do
underwear.
you tie the do you tie the middle section and complete the ensemble with a nice bow, perhaps?
No, let's not make it gay.
You've already got your makeup bag out. Just go for it.
Shut up. I know I'm not making a good case more for myself, but I don't want to suddenly have a giant bag of guards after us because he did something here.
Okay,
Not yet. At least wait until he's alone before to do that.
So we're looking at basically a little more advanced than a fake moustache and a silly nose and pair of glasses.
Yes.
Well, basically that.
By the time Grigori has finished meddling with your outward appearance, Gruce, you don't really particularly feel all that different, apart from the simple fact that you feel as though perhaps your robe now hangs off your body in a slightly more orderly fashion than normal.
Okay.
However, to everybody else in the party, you would look upon Gruce and you would see as his entire ensemble, after having been treated with Grigori's disguise kit, he's now virtually unrecognizable. Various amounts of makeup have been added in order to significantly darken his skin tone. His hair has been molded and shaped in such a way to be almost stylish. But most importantly, would the pair of you agree that Grigori likely would have used the magic knife as a shaving razor to achieve one of the highest qualities of shavings that anybody has ever seen?
Being that we're going into a town full of nobles and high-standing people, that would be very fun. Yes, let's do that.
Cool. Yep.
You're going to a town full of nobles and you've given him blackface.
And a very clean cut.
It's
So are
just
we
it's
just
just
trying to make him look like a noble then?
It's just a good tan, from being on the road and traveling with my good companions, or just helping a mere humble monk along its way.
In fact,
Yes.
if assuming everybody would be happy to do so, it's entirely possible that that Gruce could be given an entirely new set of clothes. After all, it is a part of everybody's standard adventuring kit when they first start out that they get given a set of adventuring clothes.
How would that even look like?
You're suggesting
I would, but I doubt mine would fit him.
Oh my goodness, we should all give him a piece of mismatched clothing that doesn't fit him.
Yes.
No,
Here,
we
have
want to
my-
try and make. The idea here is to make him not look like us also.
Yes, and not draw attention to me, seeing as I kind of have a bit of a death penalty, sort of, a bit on my head here.
Join
Don't
the
tell
club.
the paladin.
Hey, join the club,
who is
man.
closest to Gruce in size?
Either Grigori or
Probably
CD.
Grace, actually. Oh wait,
Okay.
closest to Gruce.
Yes.
How tall am I? I'm about.
Actually, probably CD. Now that I think about it.
Oh, you can get some swamp clothes.
I'm not getting swamp clothes.
I have
He's gonna
normal
have
clothes.
the
Thank you very much.
purest clean shave ever, and he's gonna smell like he's come out of a sewer.
Okay, this does it. Can I spend one spell point on creating water to wash myself and get them to stop complaining?
Yes, please do.
Please do. It's been a whole week. You still have goblin blood on you.
Here, I cast it. I'm now washed.
Thank God. Thank the gods. It is a Christmas miracle.
You see, as Tatooine thanks you for that with some squeaks.
Even your rat thought it was bad. If a rat thinks you smell bad, you know you're not in a good place.
The rat is a fucking loves washing way too much for some reason. Right? He's an exception to the whole rat rule.
Okay.
I'm sure that's what you tell yourself. I don't think it's even a pet rat. I think it just follows him because it was, it thought there was some food in there still.
Tatooine is a giant rat from the giant forest. I've basically raised him, alright?
Nice.
Assuming
Are you sure it's not the other way?
To
Not this
wear
one.
CD spare clothes. I mean, if not, someone else could volunteer.
Anyway, he has a clean set of clean clothes. That
Clean
should be
clothes.
enough.
Yep.
Yes?
Cool.
In which
Wait,
case,
Tatooine has a set of clean clothes?
Yes.
With a
Wait,
little waistcoat
you've
on
had
it.
a set of clean clothes for the past 2 weeks, and you've been happy to walk around in goblin blood clothes.
I've seen no reason to wash it.
Oh my god!
I'm not sure we can.
Naturally.
I'm not sure we can trust these clothes are going to be clean.
Tatooine makes sure that I at least have one set of clean clothes. Don't worry.
How long have they been sitting in that backpack getting musty?
I just washed everything with a 10-gallon water, so you might as well calm down.
You see, there's a difference between washing something with an awful lot of water and washing something.
I don't have soap, alright? You can forgive that.
You know what? I have some soap. Have some soap. I will
Okay.
give you some soap.
Now everything is clean, alright?
You can buy
10-gallon
soap,
water,
but I
a
don't
lot of
think we have
soap,
enough money for what we need for him to get clean.
He just raises your middle finger.
But who has the pillow?
By the way, I have found an image for what you would likely be seeing. From a distance, this is the town of Lavender.
Kind of looks like the kingdom in the first Shrek movie.
You think so?
I think so.
Somewhere in Italy,
You're
probably.
not supposed to tell the other players where he got his picture from.
What?
I would
Just-
like to contribute to the disguise process, if I may, to use my performance skill to help Gruce alter his walking gait, because he normally has a bit of a slouch. Gotta make him stand up tall if he's going to be a noble.
I don't have a bit of a slouch. Just, I just saunter a bit.
Or at least not the drag
Yes,
of
well,
society.
a noble would not saunter. A noble would stride proudly. Trust me, I am a gentleman. I know these things.
But yes, this place that you are currently making
once
your way
he is
towards
right.
would look somewhere between the first and second images that I posted here.
That
Oh,
is a stripy ass field. I'm gonna hold on a second.
That's pretty.
yeah, it's a lot of stripes.
That's like the whole field was called the gay.
Yes.
Yeah.
This town is gay and autistic. We should leave.
Who's in the party charismatic, by the way?
I think that's me.
Garrow. Yeah.
Garo.
I mean, there are characters that have high charisma values, but
None of them are charismatic.
Hey!
Well, charisma doesn't necessarily infer you're a smooth talker. It can be how threatening you appear. Or
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for some reason,
Other things.
intimidation is also charisma, and I still don't understand that.
Yeah. No,
Yeah, me
I've
too.
been in a party with literally an undead zombie who was basically rotting but had huge amount of charisma. His charisma, all he could do was go nah at stuff and hit them, but he would make a commanding presence for himself, and somehow people would be drawn to following him.
Well, Trig, what you have to understand is he clearly did it with a smile.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, you couldn't see him. He the only thing he could do was smile.
His face was
What's
kind of
he-
twisted, didn't it?
He had no lips to cover it up anymore.
the way to think about charisma in D&D is that it's not a measure of how personable you are. It's much more apt to describe it as how forceful your personality is, how much you are able to make an impression on someone's mind just by simply glancing at them or speaking a few words.
Hmm. So, I just wanted to check who has the highest charisma between us.
Again, I think that might be me.
How high is yours, or is that something you're
This
not
is
asking?
at least 16.
At least.
Well,
saying
on a
that
good
it's
day,
very high?
I'm sure I could squeeze one more point into it.
Hmm.
Why do you ask?
I have the set of grand antlers and some high quality pelt, and they're really fancy, and I think I can get a lot of money for them. But I was checking if there's someone with higher charisma than me.
Okay, we'll do that in a second. But first, I just wanted to know if Ginger, if you were okay with me trying to assist the disguise through altering Goose's normal way of walking via performance.
That's actually a very good question.
I'm happy to. Yeah.
Yeah, I sort of nod in agreement. This time he's talking about something, you know.
I would say roll a check of your choice, but maybe
Garrett or
performance
Bruce?
would be a good idea.
Yeah. Who's rolling, Garrow or Gruce?
I would say both of you.
Okay, I'm going to roll performance
As am
because it
I.
seems appropriate.
get dunked on.
Well,
Mm.
with an obvious case of the master teaching the master, the pair of you together are able to figure out a way to be able to alter Gruce's gait, and in the process cause his overall walking patterns to go from being that of a relatively low concern and effort waddle of sorts into something much more akin to a
Stick up his butt.
prideful
A
and
waddle.
intensive.
We are going to be kicking ourselves when we get into that town and find out it's run by the Ministry of Silly Walks.
Well, part
Ginger.
of my tutelage will involve teaching him how to walk correctly with walking stick. Where you flick it forward every other step.
Mm-hmm.
Ginger, are you telling us that Garrow was giving Gru some practical examples, and after that he's not walking the same anymore?
Yeah.
You might be able to say that.
After changing his gait.
Yep.
You'll be surprised how well you can confuse people in terms of recognition at a distance by walking in a different way.
Yes.
And
I know
Garrow,
it just sounded like
knows how to do so.
So yes,
it just
after
sounded
the
like you guys were having some
demonstration
practical.
of physical prowess, Garrett has managed to successfully alter the means by which Gruce is able to walk around.
I have sort of idea in my head that Garrow sort of wanders around a little bit like that Vince McMahon meme.
I'm not familiar with that meme.
You're not really? Okay? I'll see if I can find the gif of it. Give me a second.
I'm going to see if I can find a gif of something that's popped into my head.
If it's slightly over the top gentlemanly, then you're on the right track.
Oh, so it's basically how Chad walks, but with a cane.
That wouldn't be far off. So see, it's all about confidence and knowing you are innately superior to all those around you.
I don't know. Usually, after two men have this kind of physical exercise, they start walking funny, not the other way around.
Is that before or after one of the party has been in a spider form?
Yeah, good question. But seeing that that Trig is now sort of walking like he's got a stick up his ass, i.e., as a noble. Oh, that one, that guy, yeah.
You know what?
Yes.
Sure, let's do that. but with a walking stick.
Yes, that's perfect.
Did you show that on stream, by the way?
I am doing that right now.
Oh, good fucking god, that's amazing. Perfect.
So,
oh my god,
we have successfully.
Hang on, I just need to. I just need to address something on another server for a moment. I've just been messaged by a friend informing that he has just uninstalled League of Legends. I just need to congratulate him.
Nice.
Send him our congrats as well.
Don't congratulate too soon. It might mean he's about to install Dota.
Oh no.
God, no.
Time to put Factorio instead.
Yes, well.
Christ, we have a problem with
and then wish him a
Factorio.
happy new year.
Yes, a happy decade might be more.
Hey, no, don't forget Christmas.
Oh no, he won't see
I'll
Christmas.
be right back.
Oh yeah, Christmas is only a blink away.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, yes.
Well. Oh, Chase is AFK. I was gonna ask him about this pelt thing that he was talking about.
Yes, it's from his butchered and mutilated elk that he.
Yeah. Oh, yes, I remember that.
Yeah,
Yes,
he apparently has a nice pair of
interesting.
antlers and a nice pair of. Was it?
It's
A
yeah,
pair of
it's
I'm
full
antlers,
of
sure I
you
would
say?
want to know where it's come from.
it's full of stab wounds and covered in poison, isn't it?
Yeah. I think I may have a high enough wisdom to be able to examine it and question its value.
Stab wounds, giant spider bites through the pelts.
The antlers, however,
Oh.
might make for a brilliant addition to Gruce's costume.
You know what? You're not wrong.
You know
If
what?
we
It
did
is
have-
coming up to Christmas.
I'm not putting a giant set of antlers on my head as I wander into town.
We can put
It
tinsel
would
on
be
them
very
and some little
conspicuous.
lights.
We can do
We
that
could-
and then say, antlers
Yeah.
for sale, antlers for sale.
Yeah, can anyone cast dancing lights to put like little flashy
Would a
baubles in
minor
them?
illusion work?
Wearing them on
Maybe-
my head
maybe
as
just-
I stroll into town.
You know, I could probably use some illusion to make you look like just you're Rudolph.
No.
No. Then we're getting out of realms of, hey, look, I look stupid and I'm owning it, and into the realms of furry.
That's true. That is true.
Yes.
Wouldn't want to do that.
I mean, Bruce often has a bit of a red nose anyway from the booze.
That's
Antlers
closer
would
to
be-
what I was thinking about.
Would be a little on the nose, so to speak.
Ha
Off
ha.
indeed. Whilst Ginger's away, though, I am going to go and engage in meaningful dialogue with my coffee machine.
Oh no, he's gonna catch me in the act.
Are we gonna have a break?
Well, we are gingerless at the moment. We're not having a break as such, but
If we lose our ginger, does that mean we get our souls back? Or is
Did
it
he
just
D&D
deleted
anarchy.
by the gingerness?
D&D anarchy.
Oh no, he's caught me.
See, I am kind of looking forward to trying to sell this pelt full of holes, if only so I can employ the Homer Simpson defense. They're not bullet holes. They're speed holes. They make your car get
Speed
faster.
holes?
It's not full of holes. I skinned it well. Fuck you.
yes, but you killed it first.
You stabbed it.
Stabbed it and bit it as a spider.
You bit it.
Wait a
bit
second.
it
You
in the
want him?
neck.
Wait a second. You want him to first skin it and then kill it?
Yes,
That's
think
even
that's what
more
he did, yeah.
even more
I
cruel.
think that's actually what he did.
Skinny
Anyway.
was how
Probably
he killed it.
I have also high grand antlers that are majestic as fuck. So I'm gonna sell that
Well,
as well.
Okay, if you want to talk to Garo about possibly selling stuff for you, I'm happy for you to do so.
I think we
Yeah,
roughly
maybe
have
tap-
the same charisma, actually.
Well, maybe tap him on the shoulder and ask him.
I mean,
What's
you know,
Make sure you don't scare him this time, so he doesn't send your rat into orbit.
Don't
Frick,
punch the rat.
Greg, what's your charisma?
My charisma is 11. I am actually quite a low charisma character.
That is honestly
Right.
surprising, but yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Actual numerical values aside, who do you think would be better at selling things to a merchant?
True.
The sewer druid
Definitely
or
true.
the gentleman wizard?
The gentleman wizard.
Gentlemen, yeah,
Thank you.
no, you've got far higher charisma.
Between you two, but just purely on talking, it would be you.
Roll the charisma.
Hmm.
Let us
But
see.
yes, I do understand why you'd put Trig at the top. He does definitely radiate a bit of used car salesman.
Just because I've sold old cars before at one occasion or another.
Did you
Just
have
be- just
a
because
check
it's
suit or
sold,
a stripy suit when you did it?
Just because he sold a statue to a bunch of dwarfs and then pissed in a barrel.
Wait.
Oh,
Are you talking about his character or Trig?
you weren't here for that, were you?
He
Oh,
wasn't.
He wasn't.
Right. Okay. I was selling and Basically, I sold. I was selling a statue. They asked for me to get hold of some booze for them to sweeten the deal, and so I used my flask to basically I asked them to get me a barrel or a keg, and I put the keg and I turned round so they couldn't see, and it made it look like I was pissing in the keg, and whilst filling it up from the flask, and then turned round and offered them it as a drink, and they were sort of mildly surprised, confused, and perturbed at the fact that this monk's urine tasted like fine wine.
I mean, theirs doesn't.
I suppose at least we know the name of your distillery now.
Yeah.
Monk piss.
No, pissing monk. Yeah.
It's from that we made the joke that we're gonna start up a tavern/brewery called the Pissing Monk.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I
Come to
mean,
the
if we
pissing
have a
monk.
walking
Gotta be
distillery,
pissing
we could give it a name tag.
Yeah, the Pissing Monk.
Next
That's
time
the
we run
perfect
into
name.
dwarves, this is going to be carried on as well. This is a.
You're starting a legend, are you?
I am starting a legend of a wandering monk that pisses wine, and
It was
occasionally.
on that day that Gruce's alcohol blood content went from 10% to 11%, and from henceforth he had the power to piss beer.
I'll have you know it's 13.5 and actually makes a very nice wine. Oh, hello, Puck.
I'm guessing it would be a red wine then.
Of course.
Yeah, he had some difficulties back then, so it was a red wine.
Does
Yes.
it hurt?
Oh, you know, this is perfect. If we ever have to fight vampires, we just throw you at them front and center, and they'll just get drunk off you.
But does it hurt though?
Does it? Does
It
it
was
hurt?
bold.
No.
So
No.
Does it?
Does it hurt? Ow.
Chase, you may not notice, but alcohol's kind of a bit like an anesthetic. Does dull pain. Like,
speaking
Well,
of
I
pain,
would never know. I am a poor Middle Eastern boy. Look, when I get my own place, I am going to get shit faced. All right.
good.
It's just
Why?
currently I have no way
Dude,
of getting shit faced.
if you're not used to the booze, take it easy on the first couple of goes.
yeah,
Ow. Sorry, I have a cat that is currently. Well, it's trying to be on my shoulders and is now on my back.
That's cute.
Yeah, ish.
it sounds like it followed its sat nav a bit too literally.
Yes.
It stood like an owl.
It's literally standing on my. Yes. Right, get off, fuck. Ow.
Ooh, ooh,
bing bang, walla walla bang bang.
Oh, while we're waiting for Ginger, I mean, do we want to do anything?
I know. I'm making a quick drink. What did you have in mind? Game of dice? Quick game of talisman?
Oh. No, I want to actually be done with the session before the new year.
I am sorry about that.
I could load up some. I could load up some Factorio.
I will sum things up with vagaries, but basically, a lot of drama just went down in a personal and close group of friends of mine, and I just needed to go through it all and make sure that no one was about to fucking off themselves, either digitally or IRL.
Damn.
You were talking about League of Legends. It's perfectly understandable.
Yeah.
But all that being said, talk of having a break and for tea and drinks and things of that nature is actually not a bad plan, given the current standstill. I'm gonna go sort myself some tea, and then as soon as we get back, we'll stop faffing around with things outside of Lavendel, and you'll actually walk into the town. How about that?
Sounds good.
Fine.
Woo!
Nice.
I'll be back shortly.
I shall be back in a moment or two.
I was thinking of actually just getting some cheap beer and drinking that for my first time.
It's a reasonable idea.
I don't know. Don't get the bad stuff because then you'll just say like, "Nah, this is disgusting. I'm never going to drink alcohol again."
Yeah,
And
if
might actually
you
be a good
ever go
idea as
into
well,
into a if you ever go into a supermarket or something like a foreign one, a German one or something like that, please send us photos of the beer that there, so we can tell you, okay, maybe this one is not bad, maybe try this one. Don't go and pick something out on your own. Let the Germanics handle that for you.
You could always go for the other option, which is to go for the girly drinks like an amaretto or like a peach schnapps or something, which they're slightly sweeter, they're nice, they're flavorful, and less on the bitter side, which a lot of things like beers and whiskies and so on are.
Sure, I like my drinks sweet anyway.
Yeah. Can't go wrong with an amaretto and Coke for the ladies. So,
Can you hear it?
Can I hear what?
you hear what?
The purring.
No.
No.
God damn it, the mic isn't strong enough.
I was
It's just the
attempting.
noise canceling.
I was attempting stealth, and I got caught in the act.
Yes.
All right, first 18. So it's actually
All right,
random.
so-
Okay.
Who are you trying to suck up to at the moment, CD?
No, I'm just testing how my rolls are.
This is why you always have bad luck. You know, I hope
You
you
use all your luck
You
up
use up
on
all your good
nonsense.
rolls.
Yeah.
A good roll is not a 15 plus 3 equals 18.
It's irrelevant. The simple fact that you do the roll test gives you bad karma, basically.
Well, you see, with Verdant, I basically somehow, some way, swapped my dice with Corin. She continuously rolled ones and twos, while I continuously rolled 20s and 18s and whatnot.
Picks or didn't happen.
Nah, shit, I don't have picks.
That
Actually,
looks
I
nice,
can have-
Kiki. Did you make those yourself or did you order?
I steamed them myself.
Ooh, steamed.
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't put them in the pan to fry them for a bit afterwards?
No.
No, those are steamed gyoza.
Oh, I know. They look good.
I mean, sorry?
You look good.
Yeah, they look good. What you put in them?
Hang on, I'll go get the packet.
What's in them?
They're prawn.
Is it with chicken or with pork?
Ooh, prawn.
Prawn. Nice.
How do you steam them, though?
Can you put them in a steamer?
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
have an entire
duh.
machine just for steaming.
No, you've got a saucepan and you'll have like either a metal or a wicker basket essentially, with a lid on it, and just boil water
Marsh,
in the pan.
Marsh,
Or if you don't have one.
You
Yeah, if
basically
you don't
have
have
a
one.
pan, and it's with double layer, so you're holding it something You're holding it above the water, and then the water's boiling, and then it sort of steams
Yeah.
up to the top.
And if you
I got
don't
what
have,
Trick said.
if you don't have like a steaming tray or something, you can just use a sieve.
Yeah, a sieve would work. A bit difficult to keep the steam sort of sealed in for that one, but yeah, it'll do.
Can't believe you
Otherwise, you can
fought
just go
me.
to a Chinese shop and buy a steamer from them.
I was going to go up the stairs with that tray of gyoza, with that little thingy of soy sauce all sat there in the corner without spilling over the edge, and turn up and go, "Hey, look, snacks!" And no, he's like, "I'm going down for a coffee now."
So you hit each other, and then everything fell down the stairs.
No. I was already downstairs whilst the steaming was in effect.
Ah,
I'm sad now.
disappointing.
I just finished all my shawarma.
Is it shawarma or shawarma?
Shawarma.
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 See,
So What?
one place says shawarma, other says shawarma. It's very annoying.
That is very annoying, yes. Get your languages together, Chase.
It's not my fault you fuck up our simple language.
Your scribbles. Your backward scribbles. Literally backwards.
Well, fuck you. My language isn't backwards. Fuck you.
Oh yeah, but by the way, something I'm curious about. Do you write Arabic with if you actually write it with a pen or something? Do you write it with your left hand or with your right?
No, I write it with my right hand. I'm really right-handed. My brother does write it with his left hand.
Isn't it more easy to write with your left?
For him, yes.
I mean, okay, for him because he's left-handed, but wouldn't it be easier because that's the direction you're writing, so you're not completely immediately smudging all the ink?
I mean, who uses smudgeable ink these days, apart from for things that require some level of calligraphy?
Kiki, this is the Middle East. They're at least 10 years behind on everything.
They don't have ballpoint pens.
10?
Fuck you. We're not more than 10 behind, alright?
Come on, Trig. You saw the Toyota Hiluxes they have there. It's at least it's at max 10.
When they start building them, then I will concede to 10. Best I've seen is the Indians beating an old 1950s Morris Minor to look like a new Corsa.
No, it's kidding me. That sounds terrible.
Have you seen that? No, honestly, actually, it's quite impressive. I
want to see it now.
Yeah.
Please show me. But I also know that I believe it's still in India where they just copied. I think it was a BSA motorcycle. Or another Harley Davidson, is an English motorcycle from like the 30s or 40s, and still being produced there. Like how the original Volkswagen Käfer was still in production until like 2015 or something in Mexico.
Where is it? Oh god, Google's atrocious for these sorts of things. They're undoing all of the good old meme stuff, but no, in India there's an awful lot of very, very old cars. They have a lot of old Morris Minors and things like that. And yeah, they sort of take a look at a new car and just literally remodel the panels with a hammer.
Oh man.
hammer and bits of wood. They do a remarkably good job sometimes.
There's this car that belonged to a Maharaja. I think it's the name, and it's currently in a Dutch private collection, and it's basically looking like a swan and can literally shit on the road. Here's a link to it. Oh no, it's not shit. It's hot water. Can literally spray people with hot water.
Hey, Dreg,
Yeah.
how do you fancy a 9 o'clock start tomorrow?
That sounds. Why? What did you have in mind?
Our friend with a boat full of alcohol that's homebrewed is
Oh, right.
is
yeah.
currently, he's currently at a mooring just out. You know where we went, where we saw the little ship?
Yeah.
He's just by there. So if we head down early enough, we can cruise back up alongside. Meet him halfway, kind of thing.
It could be a giggle. Yeah.
Giggle hee hee or giggle ha ha?
A little both, I think.
It's the Gunji.
And it's not like we're not going to recognize his boat. It's pretty. It's a narrow boat. You know, they don't all look the same or anything.
Yeah. No. Sounds good.
Pretty sure. Awesome.
I just cannot find this image anymore. It was on a Top Gear episode. Sure, years ago.
Want me to take off your glass? Alright. Oh no, who left? Nobody important.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just some fig.
Damn, that isn't. Oh.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Oh my god.
Welcome back.
Willkommen. Again.
Wow.
My younger brother is in the back garden, standing over an open fire, making s'mores using jammy dodgers and marshmallows.
That sounds
Oh my
frankly.
god.
Quite frankly, I'm jealous.
That is a reason to be jealous, yes.
I've never had s'mores, so I don't know what you're missing.
Basically, it's basically chocolate and marshmallows between two biscuits, isn't it?
Yes,
Well,
except he's also using Jammy Dodgers as the biscuit.
I have no idea what
I
it's
don't actually know what a jammy dodger is.
You don't know what a jammy dodger is?
Is it like a Jaffa cake?
Oh my god.
Imagine a
Oh,
sandwich
those.
biscuit. Imagine a sandwich biscuit. So it's two biscuits with a filling in between.
Yeah,
Except
I see it.
the biscuits themselves are a kind of the biscuits themselves are a
Is it
kind
like
of a very dense shortbread, and the filling in between is a very sweet raspberry jam.
That sounds amazing.
Now I'm hungry for some sweets. Fuck you.
So
if
it's
you
like
just
some
type jammy dodger
ballerinas.
biscuit into Google,
I'm
you'll
putting images in the chat, and they are looking delicious.
Ah, I see. Yes, they're ballerinas.
I've not
Those
had good
exist in
sweets
Sweden
in
as
a
well.
long fucking while, man.
Sorry, you've
Don't
not
worry,
had
there's
what?
one of 31 megabyte coming that is looking absolutely amazing.
I am back.
Jammy
Jammy
dodgers.
Jammy Dodgers are one of the greatest inventions of the British Empire.
Oh damn, these are homemade ones as well. This is a nice looking jammy dodger. Yeah, there we go. That's what we're talking
Oh,
about.
my grandma used to make them. God damn it. Now I miss her.
It's basically two sandwiches, two biscuits sandwiched together with jam, and
Yes.
maybe a little fondant as well or something.
What about
How-
some powdered sugar
okay.
on top?
I imagine the only people capable of answering this are Trig, Ez, and Kiki, but have any of you three ever had a Jammy Dodger milkshake before?
No, and dear God, why?
That sounds hideous. Is it just like crunchy old
Yeah.
jam?
That sounds
Imagine.
very, very wrong.
Imagine a milkshake that tastes like you're drinking a Jammy Dodger.
I don't want to drink
It's
a
a-
jammy dodger.
How do
it's
I dunk
actually
it in my
amazing.
tea?
Trust me, it is actually amazing. I highly recommend it.
Okay. I've had an Oreo milkshake. Does that count?
I
Well,
I
basically, imagine an
apologize.
Oreo milkshake, except replace the Oreos with Jammy Dodgers. It's so
I
much better.
apologize, Ginge, but I have now lost all respect for you with that recommendation.
No, okay, right. Kiki, right, I just want you to take a step back from this, though. Imagine that, but as ice cream, with bits of Jammy Dodger in there, and you'd find
Oh.
someone like Ben and Jerry's selling that crap, and
Now,
charging you
now
fortunes
ice
for it.
cream. Ice
Well,
cream,
yeah,
we're talking a
Baskin
whole
Robbins
different
used to
when
kettle
I
of
say a
fish.
Jammy Dodger milkshake, I'm talking about an actual proper milkshake, not like one of those, like not like the kind of thing you'd expect out of a yop or anything along those lines.
Okay.
Oh, but
I'm talking
Yop's
about
lovely.
I'm talking about
No.
a genuine, like chunky ice cream used in the creation of milkshake.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah. Thing is, is it going to be bitty? I mean, is it going to be chunks of biscuit in there? And because how do you
Nope.
get that up the straw? Of course, we're not allowed straws these days, are we? Anyway, so yeah.
Well, first of
So,
all,
Blizzard.
this is the kind of milkshake that you drink with a spoon.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
As the American here would just say, so a blizzard.
And what?
Shut up, American. You're not invited. Anyway, let's continue with the game before I.
Very interesting hearing a Middle Easterner saying that to an American.
Yes. You know, to be perfectly honest, most Middle Easterners have more reason to dislike Americans than most.
Yep. This is true.
No. The Germans are also still occupied.
Yes, they are.
Anyway, we should continue the game before I descend into gluttony and just go out and order the biggest amount of biscuits with cream and ice cream and whatnot.
You make it sound like that's a bad thing.
Didn't know you
trying
can
to
order
lose
those
weight,
at
so yes.
11. Didn't know you can order those at 11.
we have a shop open nearby that stays awake the 24/7?
Man, I'm jealous of night shops. We don't have them in the Netherlands, and now here in Belgium, there's one almost next to the door, and I'm very tempted to just go and grab all the biscuits.
I have never been a fan of 24-hour open shops. I think it damages community.
I mean, the thing with those is that, like, you go to one at like 3 a.m. It's nothing but like drunk people and junkies.
But what
I mean,
about
this is
people who work
basically
nights?
outskirts of. This is basically the outskirts. There's no big store that I know nearby, so this is just the local little shop here.
There needs to be this sort of thing for people who work nights.
Yes. The poor night staff, they miss out on everything.
Yeah.
Especially sleep.
Shall we continue with the game, or shall I have another bite of mince pie?
Yes and yes.
Yeah.
You may have a
Yes
bite of
and
mince
yes.
pie, but yes, let's move on.
Okay. Well, considering you voted for both, I hope you're prepared to experience the consequences of this decision.
Is there a fat ginger meme?
Just type in ginger.
Yeah, just type in ginger.
Okay, so as you make your way over to Lavender,
Why is the
This is
chef
exactly
now
what I
our
wanted.
DM?
It sounds like you got a lisp suddenly, Ginger.
Yes,
it's
the casual
because
chef.
it's because I have a mouthful of mince pie and tea, and I'm trying not to spit it everywhere.
Oh, good lord, you've got mince pie and tea at the same time.
Yes.
Perfect.
I feel
It's
there's
not even a
joke
dip.
coming
It's
up about
just.
swallowing.
It's not even a dip. It's just I've added some mince pie to this mouthful of tea.
Yeah.
No. I've added a sip of tea to this mouthful of mince pie.
As is
Yeah.
the correct way of doing things. Completely agree. Good show, sir.
I mean, if your mouth's too dry, you got to fix that.
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
Chase, were you going to talk to me about this stuff you want me to sell in the town, or did you decide not to?
We'll talk when we get into the inn or wherever we're
Sure.
staying.
All right. Well, as you make your way towards the town, you do note that the town itself doesn't seem to be terribly large. You would estimate the population to be somewhere in the realm of 1,000 to 2,000 people. And the town itself seems to mostly consist of very rural style buildings. All of the stonework that you look at, you can see that it has taken on a very bright and airy style of architectural style. The surrounding the surrounding town itself having been perched upon what appears to be some kind of but looks like it may be some kind of glacial leftover of some large mound of earth that is abruptly jutting up and out of this otherwise flat terrain, resulting in what can best be described as a naturally fortifiable position, but what appears to just predominantly consist of small townships and the like. In any case, you do note that there appears to be an odd way of looking at the local populace, as the local populace appears to consist of two distinct groups of people. The first being what is quite obvious, the true locals of the town. You see as you make your way through that there are small pairings or families of individuals in rural garb who are just simply making their way along, carrying whatever is associated with their given profession, presumably. And as they go through, you see as they are just popping in and out of small local shops and businesses, going about their day-to-day lives quite, peacefully. On the other hand, there is also what is quite clearly the tourist side of Lavender. Also somewhat intermingling with the local populace, albeit there being a relatively clear divide within whatever road you happen to be walking down, with there being a somewhat self-imposed separation between the local populace going about their daily lives and the incoming tourist folk, who are always dressed in the most flashy of attire and posh clothing, the kind of things you'd expect a holidaying Victorian to have worn in Britain of several hundred years ago. In either case, the populace, whether it be the temporary tourists or the permanent residents, seem to be almost surprisingly uninterested in your appearance, with only the occasional odd glance of, that's an odd-looking bunch. But with most of the people just simply allowing you to pass by and otherwise avoiding you for no other reason than to avoid walking into you as you make your way through.
Cool. Shall we head to the blacksmith or somewhere to offload all of these goblin clutter and
sounds like
sell
a good idea.
our junk metal essentially, and
Yeah, I'm carrying
then
that.
find a
shit.
nice pub.
As I look around, I do want to note to Trig that it's an interesting town.
I would also like to, find me a workshop with adequate facilities.
Gruce is going to be
Gruce, my good man,
remarkably.
that's-
Go on. Sorry. Yes, Garrow. How can I help?
Gruce, my good man, this is your township of history. Is there a wizarding establishment? I'd like to do some research into this weapon white that you have angered.
Wizarding establishment. I don't know if there is. Certainly, I don't remember there being any particularly magical people around. I mean, there's a few well-to-do sort of wizardy types, I guess, maybe would visit. But mostly
Roll me a
people just
history check.
come to, I think, come to sort of, enjoy the inns and. Oops, sorry, first one, not second. I double
That's
clicked.
unfortunate.
Yeah.
You are not able to nail down any particular names in your head, but there is one thing that does come to mind. You remember hearing one time when you were off in the monastery, this is after you had already moved away, of one of the local tourists from somewhere in the world having actually come to Lavendel and appreciating it so much that they chose to actually move here on a permanent basis. But that's the best you can offer in terms of details.
Yeah. Most I would remember was essentially there being a lot of overpriced bars that get very, very uppity if you can't pay for your drinks. And no matter how much of, we're offering to put on performances of physical prowess to pay for your drinks, they usually got more upset about you breaking things and punching people in the face. So yeah, no, nice bars, but a bit pricey. Some nice inns. But yeah, other than this geezer that I did hear about, that might have settled down here. I suppose we could ask. There's, I'm sure. I mean, it's been what 10, 12 years since I've been here. I must admit, I didn't stick around when they asked me to. check out the monastery, when I decided to go and check out the monastery, shall we say, I didn't really sort of stick around to check everything out properly, and I was only a kid at the time when I left. Sorry, Garrow, old chum.
Oh, it's fine. I'm sure we could ask one of the inns around town when we find a place to stay. They may know more of this mysterious fellow that you recall.
Sounds like a plan. I know there's a blacksmith and some other bits and bobs down the road. They do things, but yeah, it's mainly a touristy place. Some nice places though, nice little gift shops and stuff.
Seeing that there's a lot of tourists, there's probably a lot of jewelry sellers as well, right?
Yeah, and probably a fair bit of money lurking around in different places to be earned or acquired in some way or another.
Exactly, which there should also be a place for these higher ranking drunkards to store their money.
Yes. Probably even. I know there might have been tell of some gambling going off here and there. As I said, I was very young when I left Lavendale, and yeah, obviously, decided to make my way to the monastery and seek a life of spiritual enlightenment.
Oh, your enlightenment certainly involves some spirits, I'll tell you that.
Well, I heard they made good booze there.
Ah!
Whoa.
What?
What?
Who died?
That was
Good
a
joke.
joke.
Sorry, I was just giving it an open ha at Ez's joke there.
I mean, I know it was a bad joke, but you don't need to have a heart attack over it.
Wait a second. That's not a joke. I didn't even.
It was a terrible joke.
It didn't sound like a laugh. It sounded like a death cry.
Yeah.
Sounds like the
afraid
noise
it's
I make
so
when the
fast
cat
and
tries to
harmless
climb up my
something.
leg and back slowly.
It's
using
what
grappling
I thought had happened. The first thing I did was look around to see if Puck was still asleep.
As I think the joke was so bad that I completely didn't hear the joke and ignored it. Could you please tell it again?
It is really for your own sanity that you didn't.
Yeah.
Your brain just blanked it out.
Enjoy. Be happy. Ah.
There is joy.
I don't know. I thought it was quite good.
If I made the joke, it couldn't be good.
Oh, come on. Some people like bad jokes. I happen to be one of them.
Don't encourage him. By him, I mean me. Anyway, our spiritual monk friend here, who is never drunk, wants us to go to the blacksmith, I believe.
Well, we're just carrying around all these old bits of knackered goblin nonsense. And probably converting it into cash will be lighter and less cumbersome.
Yeah, we could probably get some scrap money for those.
Yes, and I'm sure Marsh wants to be able to hammer some metal together as well for his new golem or whatever it is.
Right.
Yes. Would be nice to get something like that done.
So,
Getting
shall we visit the blacksmith?
Getting to a workshop would be probably a good idea for Marsh.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's probably quite a good job.
So the first port of call is finding a local blacksmith or workshop or something to that effect. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Raw.
All right. In that case, I would say you could either roll to try and interrogate the local populace, or you can just simply try and find some find this kind of information and facility for yourself.
Would there be anyone around that I might recognise that might be able to assist us on this? People of note that I might go, oh, I remember that one.
It's a town of 2,000. How big can it be?
I was gonna say, yeah, I was gonna say 2,000 is.
I mean, 2,000 plus all the incoming tourists, and
We don't need to do that. I rolled a 20 on perception.
You did?
You say that, but in the end, Ginger is the one that decides.
CD. Rolling a natural 20 for a total of 25 on a perception check. You take a look around the immediate vicinity and are able to quite categorically confirm for the rest of your party that there is no blacksmith within the immediate vicinity.
Okay.
Yes,
Screw you.
we do have eyes to see. Thank you.
I was trying to work out.
I was searching for a blacksmith, but okay, if you want to interpret that way.
And
I'm mainly just rolling skills that might be useful to see if other people will copy me. It worked one time.
So,
but no, I am quite interested in Gruce trying to contact his old friends, and
I'm not trying to
hopefully
contact
not
old friends.
Contact old enemies.
No, I'm not. Anybody I recognise, I will not be talking to them. In fact, I will be definitely not making any attempts to contact people that I recognise. But I might be able to point someone else to go and speak to them whilst I sort of hang back a bit.
I see.
I clearly have just been talking to tourists the entire time. They don't know where the blacksmith is.
Yes, Garo, your first and immediate response to all of this is to attempt to speak to the people who look like they know a lot, which naturally draws you to the most affluent and wealthy individuals in the immediate vicinity. As such, the pair of relatively young women who themselves are dressed in some rather frilly and flowery outfits. As you ask them if they have any idea where they may find a blacksmith, they giggle and they snicker between each other, and they begin to communicate in a. Well, actually, Garo, what languages do you know how to speak?
I think just common. Let me check. Where is that on here? Well, it's just common. I think it is just common.
It's bottom left on your sheet on the core section.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it looks like I forgot to fill that in, so I don't speak any languages.
No.
They all go with just common.
Well, then, we will have to sort that out at the end of this session. But for now, yes, you do just speak common. You hear as they begin communicating to each other in a language that, unfortunately, you don't recognize before. The pair of them look. What languages do you speak?
Elven, Sylvan, Common, Dwarven, and Draconic.
Yes, you would be able. Definitely. In fact, anybody who has the ability to speak Dwarven would recognize them as speaking Dwarven to one another.
Wait, are they also dwarves?
No, they are not.
They're just flexing on you, peasant.
Even though I don't understand them, would I recognize them speaking Dwarven?
I would understand them.
I would say, given the fact that well over half of your party know how to speak Dwarven, you would probably have picked up enough information from the likes of Marsh and Grigori and possibly even Gruce talking to each other to be able to recognize that they are in fact speaking Dwarven. But what is noteworthy here is that, well, give me an insight check, Gara.
Oh. Here we go.
You are quite definitely able to recognize that whilst they are definitely speaking in Dwarven with some attempts to hide information from you, it's not from an aspect of maliciousness or anything to that extent. In fact, it almost appears as though they have immediately developed a crush on you.
Oh.
In either case, once the girls finished communicating to one another in Dwarven, One of them looks at you and says, sorry, I don't really know where that would be, if any, but it's nice talking to you. That's a nice hat.
Oh, that's quite all right, my young dear. And might I compliment you for your academic prowess? You clearly are a master of the languages.
They just she just blushes in response, and again begin communicating in Dwarven. By the way, the rest of you who are able to speak Dwarven would recognize that they are basically, for what is all intents and purposes, ogling at the bare-chested Garrow speaking to them.
Understandable.
Arrow has no problem with this. He is, after all, a gentleman.
But aren't they basically just their eye height is basically straight through the nipple?
Pretty much, yeah.
Garrow is 6'6", so he's pretty tall.
Yeah, damn.
Well, oof.
Yes,
Garrow
you appear
will
to have-
tip his hat to the women and say, well, when my questing is done for the search of the blacksmith and we have hammered out that situation, perhaps we can engage in some hammering of a different nature.
You
just say that.
immediately see the power of them go red in the face as well. Basically, what happens here is they just immediately turn around and rapidly walk away whilst giggling.
That is,
Uh,
these are not real women. You have been lied to. You earned a slap there.
Yes.
yeah, I think
No, these
Kiki
are
might want
thoughts,
something. So
clearly.
Garrow is not upset by this. If he's clearly just dodged a bullet or two there.
Or at least a rash.
Or did they escape the rash?
Yeah, so
Do you
he
have a
returns
rash?
to the party and says, "Oh, I'm sorry. It seems like the locals here don't really know their own terrain very well.
Garrow, my
So-
old
What
chum,
about
that
you,
was
Bruce? You're from here."
Yeah, I don't think they were locals, mate. The locals would tend to dress down a little bit. They are.
I have a
I think
feeling
they're
that they wouldn't
tourists.
speak like dwarves to each other.
Yeah, well, Dwarven is smoking around here. But let's have a-
Interesting.
whilst we're wandering around, I have any idea roughly where the blacksmiths at least used to be? I would imagine I'd have some lay of the land.
I mean, surely it
I
would be
would
somewhere like a
say-
city center or a market center or something like that.
Exactly.
I would say roll me a history check with advantage there.
History check with advantage. Yeah.
Making good use of that
was-
advantage.
Absolutely.
Thinking back, you're trying to think if there is a location where there is a blacksmith, and you definitely know for a fact that there is a blacksmith, or at the very least there was a blacksmith. At least last time you were here. After all, you distinctly remember stealing some of his horseshoes to throw it through the window of a local tavern.
Yeah, sometimes.
Unfortunately, you just can't remember where on earth it could possibly be.
It was a blurry time, okay, There was
I
wasn't
want to
used
try-
to drinking back then.
Hold up. I want to try asking someone where the commercial district is.
All right. I assume you go and ask one of the more local-looking fellows.
Preferably, yes.
Yeah.
You make your way over to
Do I need to roll for
someone
that?
who. I would say no. You don't
Okay.
need to. You don't need to roll to find a person to ask a random question to.
Right.
But yes, you make your way over to someone who... Is there anybody in particular that you're looking for, or just anyone who looks local?
I guess someone dressed in simple clothes, like Gruce said, the locals dress more simply.
All right. Well, you make your way over to someone who is actually dressed vaguely in a similar manner to Garrow, in that he is wearing very little above the waist. And he appears to be carrying what appear to be some large bushels of wheat on his back, likely being transported through the town from probably to a mill of some kind. And you ask him where the industrial area it may be, and he just gives you a bit of a look, scratches his head, and says, "Well, I can see that you're not from around here. We don't really have an industrial place, but is there something you're looking for in particular?"
Well, I'm looking for something like a workshop, perhaps, or a forge. Anywhere with a forge would be nice.
Yeah. There's
Is there a blacksmith?
He points off in roughly a vague direction that he was already headed in, and says, "Just off this way, there's a there's a place that does all of the horseshoes and hand tools and the like. It's not really a workshop, but it's the closest that we got since the old man died."
The old man? Who was the old man?
Oh, yeah, you wouldn't know, would you? There was an old fellow. What was his name? Something Mangold. I can't remember. Either way,
Mangold?
Yeah, Mangold. Like someone who isn't a woman and like a gold coin, you know.
So not mangled as in someone who's been sort of twisted and bent out of shape?
No.
No, okay.
Thankfully, yeah. No, he wasn't mangled. He died of old age. I can only assume it must have been something with the old forge. But anyway, the man's grandson now runs it. A fellow named Thomas Mangold. He does a good enough job. I'm sure you can. Yeah.
Yeah,
You can't help but feel like that he's horribly distracted by something in this line of questioning.
I have a feeling that I know what that might be.
Is it the fact that I'm a dwarf?
I have a feeling maybe the giant the wizard.
It could just be that Mangold sounds like he's horribly gay.
Or perhaps it's that I have a German name generator in front of me, and Mangold was the most appropriate option for a surname.
All right.
Nice.
Thank you for that. And we head on our way.
I'll head on in the direction the vague direction that he pointed in.
Yeah, me too with them.
All right. He waves you a goodbye.
Oh. Can I go back to what I was asking before with just keeping an eye out to see if there's anyone that I might recognize roughly and be able to sort of go, you might want to go and have a word with them, kind of thing.
Well, as a matter of fact, the fellow that you saw Gunnar actually talking to, then you did recognize him. Obviously, he's put on a few years since the last time you saw him, but you remember him actually being in charge of one of the local, what was a flower farm. Why he was carrying bushels of wheat, you're not sure, but you remember his name to be Thomas something. You don't remember the surname. Large, well-built fellow, black hair, a mustache, relatively poorly shaven beard. But for the most part, decent fellow. He never really gave you any trouble.
Fair enough.
And again, you
But
never gave him any trouble, so.
Oh, okay.
Good, good.
Sounds like something you need to fix.
Yeah.
Let's not
How
get
about
us run out of
You have a
town
reputation
straight
to
away.
uphold.
Uh-huh.
exactly not straight away? We have to have at least one night of drunken revelry first.
Oh, absolutely.
Although, if the drunkenness gets too revelrous, that might increase the chances of you being recognized, just to let you know.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. So are we heading off to what once was this Mangold's blacksmith?
Well, I guess it would
Yeah.
be the
I think
Mangold
so.
family.
If you're all heading over there together, you'll it won't be much of an issue for you to make your way over, taking a few additional directions from whoever you happen to pass by in the process. But you soon find your way over to the forge. It's a relatively small and unassuming building. There appears to be a large chimney sticking out the top with an active billowing smoke coming out the top of it. But aside from that, it looks relatively small and unassuming. It's located somewhat on the outside of the village, and I would say, CD, you would know enough about how these things work to know that there is, generally speaking, a prevailing easterly wind, and it appears as though that the shop has been located appropriately in order to prevent smoke from blowing into the rest of the town.
Interesting.
But yes, there doesn't appear to be a sign on the building, so either this is the only forge in town, or, well, who knows?
I knock at the door.
Well, you knock at the door and you hear a consistent clanging of metal come to a halt. About 30 seconds pass, and a somewhat young-looking fellow comes to the door. You would estimate him to be no more than 17 years old, and appears to be working alone. He comes to the door, face spattered with bits of soot and scale and all sorts. But human-looking fellow, brown-haired, and just kind of looks over at the rest of the party and says, "Can I help you?"
Yes, hello. I require some assistance, or rather, I require the use of a forge temporarily.
All right. That's fair enough. Most people come to me with things that they want using the forge for, but yeah, if you're trained, I don't mind you using my gear. What's your name?
I'm Gunnar, and these are my friends. We had a bit of a trouble with goblins recently, and one of my it's complicated. Something broke, and I need to repair it.
Right, I see. Okay. How? What's the thing that needs fixing?
So do we have just the pile of scrap on the sled?
I'd assumed it had been rolling after you this entire time, but if you want to have
Yes.
it on a sled, that works.
Oh, yeah. Well, I imagine an autonomous orb just rolling after us would have caught a bit more than
Oh,
a few.
absolutely. It would have caused a lot of attention.
Yeah.
If you want, we can say that you used what what limited things you had out in the field to basically use the armor plates as a sled for the rest of the material.
Okay.
But yes, if that's how you want to do it, then you show the if you show the sled to the fellow,
Yes.
he looks at it and scratches his head and says, "Well, unless it's supposed to be a pile of scrap metal, they certainly broke it pretty good, didn't they?"
Oh yes, quite thoroughly, sadly. But hopefully I can just smelt it down, reforge most of it.
Right.
Perhaps buy
What's
whatever I
it
need.
made of? That'll be just basically steel, by the way.
Steel.
Basically just steel, yes.
Right. Okay. So, yeah, my forge can handle steel. It'll take a lot of fuel, though. I don't suppose you've brought your own supply over.
We're willing to pay.
Yes, we can pay. And also,
Right.
I have much of it here anyway. And I have my own tools as well. I just need the furnace, essentially.
You just okay. Right. Go ahead and actually, you know what? I'll just tell you this without you needing to roll. You would know that the whilst you would need the likes of an anvil and the proper tooling to be able to achieve most of the process, you do know that the actual firestone orb itself could be used to power such a process. It could output enough heat to be able to effectively substitute in for the necessary charcoal and the like in such a forging process.
Oh.
Would that consume the firestone, though?
No, the firestone itself just sort of does that.
Oh, okay.
Or well, the core, rather. The firestone.
Core.
Or, what? Yeah. No.
You said the orb was on a sled, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Just imagine that the sled was made of metal instead of wood, and that's pretty spot on.
I can cast heat metal for you if you want.
Yeah, I've had a few people suggest that in the past. That
Doesn't
the
work
problem
out?
is that no, it's not that. It's just that particular kind of magic, it doesn't last very long. Usually, in order to properly make a nice piece of metal, you need to go through several cycles of heating it up and hammering it down and heating it up again. And well, last I checked, that kind of magic only lasts about a minute. So unless you're willing to cast it like 10, 15 times at once, then it wouldn't really do much, I'm afraid.
Yeah, fair enough. I was just a suggestion. All right. By the way, we found these on the subject of goblins. We have these daggers. I show him the goblin daggers that we have, the whole 6 of them. Is there any use
right.
of them, or
He holds out a hand to ask for you to hand him one.
I hand him one?
Right. Give me just a moment. He brings it over to the forge, and you see he just sticks the tip of it into the heat of the forge before bringing it over to his anvil and knocking it a few times with his hammer before giving you a look over and a thumbs up. And upon making his way back over, he says, that's a pretty pure iron. Yeah, we can use. I could maybe use that to knock some half decent rivets together. Got any plans for it?
No.
Or are you
I
just
want-
selling this as scrap?
No, I'm selling it as scrap, yes.
All right. Well, how about I give you a gold for each one?
Deal.
He nods and says, just go and put what you've got on that table over there.
Just a question. Are the arrows, do they have iron tips or what?
They are slate tips.
Slate tips. So use this for the most part.
Entirely useless to a blacksmith, yes.
Oh, unless you want to fire them as arrows, yeah.
All right.
Uh-huh.
I just put in the 6 gobo daggers.
All right. He hands you a small pile of 6 gold pieces and says, right, and any of the rest of you got any business, or should me and your dwarf friend get to work?
Do you have any person in here who deals with leathers and whatnot?
Leathers.
Leathers, pelts, stuff like that.
Sorry, I thought you meant a big stick that you use to turn things on and off. No, no, for leathers. No, we haven't had a tanner for a few years. I don't think. All that stuff gets imported from Meadowburn these days.
Ah, shit.
Tom, it is Thomas? Is it?
Yes.
Thomas, I used to travel through here many years ago now. Kept up to date, and I know this is, I heard tell that there was someone who moved in had a bit of sort of wizardy kind of ways. I might be hearing, how rumors are. I know my friend here, the wizardy chap over there with the hat. I know he was looking to speak to someone like that, and I was too. And also, as I said, it's been a while since I've been here. Do you know of any good inns where we might get a room for the night and perhaps a half decent drink and some food?
Yeah. There's a place up in the center of the village. A place called the Golden Goblet. They usually do for more of the rich folk from the capital. But so long as you don't cause a ruckus, they'll do business with just about anyone. It's a bit pricey. I don't go there much myself, but it's probably your best bet.
Okay.
If that sounds up your alley, then it's a good option for you. Otherwise, there's another place that doesn't really have a name, but we just call it the pub, and it's where most of the people who actually live around here go, and it's actually just around the corner. I'm guessing you came from roughly the middle of town. You go back the way you came, and you take a right, and it's kind of just at the end of the road there. Nice view of the fields, actually, now that I think about it. They should really think about setting up a beer garden or something.
Sounds all right. I seem to remember that. It's been around for a while, that one, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah, that one's, it's been around for longer than I have. I think my granddad used to go there a lot, actually, now that I think about it. Oh, the old man that you were talking about, the wizard.
Yeah.
I don't know about any wizards, but there was someone who moved here recently. One of the old merchants from what's that place down south where all the firestone goes through?
So Wardenfeld?
No, not that place. The other one. Port something.
Oh, Port Manderley.
Yeah, I think that's the one.
Right.
Yeah, it was all rich folk. He loads of money. Came up this way and apparently liked it enough to buy out the old mayor's house and turn it into his own place. I think that's the one you're talking about. He's old and he's got a half decent beard, so I could understand you thinking he's a wizard.
Fair enough. You hear these rumors and people tell stories. Old man with a beard often turns into a wizard.
Yeah, it's always the way, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's word to the wise. Not a huge fan of visitors. But if you catch him out and about in the street, he's quite a nice fellow. Just don't ask him for money. He's beaten a few people up with a cane for that.
Sounds
Yeah,
like
he's a crotchety old bastard.
my kind of guy. Fair enough.
Yeah. Is there anything else?
Have we got well, basically just ditch all of our whatever bits and bobs and not. Did we only get 6 goblin short swords in total?
Yeah, you only got we only or Chase only got 6 gold.
Right. Fair enough.
Yeah. I'm afraid if you've picked up anything else from the goblins, it's unless it's made of metal, I can't really do much with it. I'm afraid.
That's all right.
No worries. Well, I'll in that case.
Sorry. He points to you, Chase. I just made a connection in my head. You were asking for leathers, and you killed up. You're not planning to sell goblin hides, are you?
No. I got this majestic pet I'm trying to sell off.
Okay, just you had me a bit worried there. No, I'm pretty sure if you tried to sell that, you'd struggle to find anybody around here that would actually buy that.
No.
Unless you got lucky with one of the more weirdo visitors.
No, we don't.
But,
we didn't skin the goblins. We just ate them. I say with a big grin.
He means we just slay them. Don't worry about
it. You see, as you say that, but you ate them, there is an initial look of okay before he spots the grin and laughs along with you with a bit of a disconcerted laugh, but he's otherwise perfectly amicable to you.
You do seem to get quite a lot of strange visitors here in this town. I mean, understandable. The scenery is absolutely stunning.
Well, #1 tourist spot in the whole empire. You can tell as he says that there's a very strong look of sarcasm on his face.
Yeah, I understand your feeling. However, do you possibly know any places where those tourists might go and spend their money? I don't mean in gambling or in drinking, but more like high quality stones and jewelry and the like. There must be some merchants around here, right?
Yeah, there is a place. It's I've never been there myself. Okay, so it's kind of back towards the center of town. It's it's actually kind of close to that
To the pub?
to the old man's you know, the rich fellow you was asking about earlier. Kind of close by. Can't remember what it's called, but it's kind of like it's kind of like one of those places where all the it's not really a shop. It's more of a club. You know,
a club.
Yeah, it's kind of like a where they go to hang out when they're not just wanting to do a lot of drinking and such.
All right.
Ah.
I see.
I'm not sure if you'll be able to buy and sell stuff there, but I don't know. Maybe they can put you in the right direction.
I guess asking never hurt somebody, except apparently if you ask money from that old man.
Yeah. Well, you see, the thing is, the tourists, they come here to show off, not to buy things. They come here to show what they've bought in other places.
Ah.
Oh
It's,
god, reminds me of some people.
It's quite an odd tradition.
Yeah, I understand the type now.
It's not a tradition. It's a fad. But don't tell them I said that.
I said what? I didn't hear anything from you.
Ah, thank you.
Quite.
Yeah. If you're looking for a place where all the rich people go, that's where you want to go. I'd recommend that if you want to get in, either show a lot of money or look like that you can show a lot of money and sound important. I wouldn't be able to pull it off. I don't know. Maybe you could. Points to Grigori. But
Me? Well, I can give it a try. I mean, like I said, trying never hurt anybody.
yeah, you've got one of those fancy accents. You see, it's well, you're an elf.
Yeah, my comment is not the greatest. I do still have a bit of an accent. You're right.
Look, no, I don't mean to offend, but basically, you've look. When we see elves around here, it's usually because they've kind of seen what their empire does is evil, and they've kind of run away from all that, and they're nice folk. I'm gonna guess that's what you're here for, but I'm not making any judgments, so don't mind me. Don't stab me in my night, please.
Did he just call your empire evil?
Did.
No,
Good.
don't
Not
worry.
really saying that. I
Let's
think he's just
go,
saying
then.
keep the ears where he can see them.
Look, I'm just here to have a nice little out. We're here on at this point we're just having a little break, to be honest. So you don't have to worry about anything. There's a reason I left.
All right. Okay. That's
Break from genocide.
it's not a relief, but it's nice to hear. You know. Anyway, getting away from all of that, is there anything else I can help you with?
Well, do you have anything to sell? Do you? I mean, I'm assuming you trade and buy and sell things. Is it just horseshoes and rivets, or do you have any nice sort of swords, etc., knives, things that might have? We do a bit of traveling around in the wastes and the wilds, and you're a blacksmith, or at least unless I'm very mistaken, looking around at the forge.
No, I'm a blacksmith. At least I think if most of the blacksmiths would look at what I'm doing, they call me a blacksmith in training. Only the person that was training me kind of left for another life up there. Yeah.
Sorry to hear that, mate.
Anyway, I don't really do weapons or armor, I'm afraid. There was one thing that I had planned a while ago. Actually, now that I think about it, Are you lot any good at treasure hunting?
We've done a bit here and there.
We are.
We dabble in
Yes,
such things.
we've dabbled in it.
Call us part-time adventurers.
Stumbled across the odd
All right.
cave and stuff. Yeah.
Right. Well,
Part time.
about a couple of years ago, I'd say maybe it was back when my granddad was still around. He was the one who told me this. There was this old orc adventurer, someone that ran away from Ulrigberg and kind of travelled around doing odd jobs, and he kind of settled down around here for a while. And well, he had this really nasty sword. I remember hearing stories of how when he first arrived, he found he found some criminal, some deserter from the military who kind of set up shop nearby, and he used this sword. It was called the Legends. Basically, it was called the Sun Eater, and apparently, what it could do is, basically, when he pull it out, everybody would turn blind around him, and then he could just kind of run around and cut everyone down. Apparently, he buried the sword somewhere nearby, and if you can manage to find it, well, then I'll give you everything that I own for it, or you could just have it for yourself. Just if you do find it, let me know. I'd quite like to see it. It sounds really cool. I'm going to be honest. It's called the Sun Eater. It's pretty edgy, don't you think?
A little. Is that sun
That
as
is very
in
interesting.
father and son, or is that sun as in big thing in the sky?
No, big thing in the sky, Eater.
Got you. Yeah, right. Okay.
Then we shall venture forth and find this big thing in the sky eater.
Well,
Yeah.
yes, eventually.
That's pretty much the closest thing I could suggest for you in terms of weapons. I don't know if it actually exists. The orc that apparently buried it in the fields around here. Haven't seen him for years. Honestly, maybe he's dead. Maybe he took it and then he died. Maybe he's not dead. Who knows?
Well, there's one way to find out, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah. No idea how do you go about trying to find such a thing. There's a lot of fields around here, and the only thing that legend said is that it was buried in a field. So, best of luck to you. Anyway, he looks to you, Gunnar, and says, do you want to get started?
Why, yes, absolutely.
Let's
Right
leave
then.
you to it.
Well, in that case, Gunnar, we'll head off. I think we should probably check out this golden goblet, and maybe this old man in the old mayor's house, and
Yes, you could do that. Leave me to
meet
my
up
stuff.
there. Yeah.
Wait, Golden Goblet?
Yes.
Yes,
That's the
rich
fancy
people
pub.
place.
That's the fancy pub.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
The Sunnis.
For some reason, I don't fancy going to the pub, whilst I'm usually quite a down-to-earth drinker. But I don't know. You know, when in Rome, we are visitors here, and have aren't locals. We should probably go and see what and who we can meet. Always meet interesting people.
If you're
with money.
If you want to meet all the interesting people with all the money, you go to the Golden Goblet. If you just want to have a nice drink and you don't want to be harassed by people who think they're better than you, just visit the pub.
I got the pub, in all due honesty.
I am
I
not
could use a
going
drink.
to the pub. I'm just saying that out.
All right.
We're not. You can go to the pub, but I'm going to go and check out this Golden Goblet.
As you say that you're not going to the pub, Trig,
Uh-huh.
you see as Thomas just kind of seemingly involuntarily just nods in your direction, and you can just tell that the words so he's one of those people's going through his head.
Yes, we
he's
do have to
also-
apologise for our friend. He is of the cloth.
Yes.
Well, look, don't. First of all, remember to not drink from your flask, and also don't drink too much in general.
First of all, keep your voice down.
All right. Well, hope you have a nice day.
Goodbye.
Keep your voice down. I'll
On
see you
our
guys
way
later.
to our next destination, I will just put a taps CD on the shoulder and said, I overheard you were trying to sell a pelt. Now, while our friend the blacksmith said that there was nowhere around here in the former tannery, if they are importing it, someone is definitely still buying. Now, I could ask around and maybe sell it for you, but I'd need to know the story of it. You see, people love to know how the beast was slain. It really affects the value. You know, that if there was a great battle, if great losses were to have happened, per se,
That's a great honor,
hell.
right?
It is certainly a great story.
So, what do you say, young man? Would you like me to see what I can do for you?
Chase wrote in the chat that he'll be right back.
Oh,
Oh,
He probably felt this one coming.
if he's gonna be right back, can we do the thing with me and the smithy boy?
Sure. I did just type a DM to you, expecting the rest of the pods to carry on, but might as
Right.
well get that done first. So,
Yes.
as Thomas looks at you after closing the door and waving the rest of the party goodbye, he just kind of points at the big
he's
red
back.
orb in the middle and says, "So, what the hell's that?"
Okay. Well, in demonstration, I will grab my special gloves, pick it up, and just sort of gently roll it across the room.
Do you pick it up out of the scrap pile, or do you pick it
Yes.
up with the scrap pile?
Out of the scrap pile.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So, as you pick it up, he just kind of stands there and looks on, and as you rolls across the ground, he's just silently observing. So, it's a ball.
Well, I assumed it would come back to me like it so often does. Or perhaps I need to tell it to return to me.
That'll be a good idea, yeah.
Okay, well, I command it to return to me then. Just say,
Well, as
come
you
here.
do, as you say that, so you see as the ball suddenly stop and
Yeah, exactly.
rolls back towards you and just kind of clinks at your foot and then stops, and you see as Thomas just kind of looks at you and cocks his head and says, "Oh, that's a neat trick. Did you like put a spin on it or something?"
Not exactly. You see, this very special firestone has been
Oh,
imbued-
it's one of those.
Oh, yes.
Oh, I've never seen one up close. Mind if I take a closer look?
Certainly, as long as you only look at it.
No, don't worry. I wouldn't try to chip any bits off it or anything.
Okay.
It's this stuff's expensive. And you see as he takes he takes one of his blacksmith's gauntlets and just kind of uses it to kind of pick it up and get a closer look at it. And you see as he's rotating it around and says, "Oh, it definitely puts out a lot of heat, doesn't it? Isn't there a way to turn these things off?"
Not this one. You see, it is somewhat different from the average firestone in that it is somewhat alive. currently.
Oh, is that right? Well,
Yes, you see this
he puts
pile
it
of
back on the
scrap.
floor and so
Oops.
he puts it back on the floor and then just kind of pats it with his gauntleted hand and says, "Good boy."
Well, I explained to him.
Is that the right way to do it?
Oh, well, I mean, I don't know. It doesn't speak much. But I
Right.
simply want to explain to him that the pile of scrap metal was a construction that I created that allowed it to walk around on its own. As it can control metals that it is in contact with.
Right. Could you show me? Sorry, this all sounds a bit weird.
Yes, of course. Well, I guess I can just like plunk it down.
Hook it up to the forge. Hoist the building.
Yes, thank you.
Perfect.
Well, I guess I can use the scrap metal pile the same way that I used it before with the tree. Just sort of have it, I don't know, whatever, like just like leaned across and just sort of slowly rotated itself as a form of movement.
Right. So basically, you just refuse it with the scrap pile, then.
Yeah.
Well, as you refuse the orb with the scrap pile, you see as Thomas is now quite impressed as he says, "Hang on, is that melting?"
Well, yes, it's fusing all together into the. As the orb takes control over the metal, it also fuses the metal itself.
Right. By the gods, that's incredible. What else can it do?
Well, it follows me around, and if it's in a body, it can fight as well. In our last fight, it kind of got a thrashing by various magical creatures, so it was reduced to a pile of scrap metal.
Oh,
thankfully,
okay,
the orb was alive.
Okay, so now I get what you mean by you say that you wanted to put it back together. It was this isn't a pile of scrap. This is a pile of scrap that was once something that wasn't a pile of scrap. I gotcha.
Yes, that is correct. However, I want to make some modifications to it. Have you ever made any, or what? Did your former master ever make a still for distilling alcohol?
No.
Well, it's fine. I'm sure I can figure something out. They're not that complicated, I don't think.
Look, Garrow, this blacksmith, he's to call him uneducated is painfully accurate.
Oh, poor boy. Well, hey, maybe by the end of
all I'll
this.
say is, Marsh, I'm sure it can't be that hard to work out his very famous lost words. Especially when building a distillery.
Oh, it can't be that complicated.
Oh, dear.
Well, it was nice knowing you. Shall we start rolling up a new character sheet?
High
In case
temperature,
this
high
isn't
pressure
obvious, Marsh.
alcohol. Yes, that's that simple.
A great many people have been rendered into bomb victims by attempting to create their own still.
Mm-hmm.
Something moonshiners.
Well, You just have to, have a thing that lets the pressure out without letting the alcohol out, or something.
Something. You
Okay.
have yeed your last whore.
Well, listen,
what do
I'm
we
an
know? This is
accomplished.
a dwarven artificer. I'm sure he's got a knack for these things.
Yes, exactly. I am an educated dwarven engineer magic guy. I can figure something out. As long as I
With a
don't.
title like Dwarven Engineer Magic Guy, what could possibly go wrong?
Well,
I'm sure you also know
in either
Gruce
case-
is actually pretty good at brewing alcohol. They must have mentioned it at some point.
Oh yes, I mean I'm sure I can get advice from you. I mean I'm not going to
Wait,
build.
you mean that to tell us that in all this time Bruce never mentioned that he knows about alcohol? I find it very hard to believe, yeah.
I can bring Gruce in for some advice, but for now at least, I just want to prepare materials, kind of just smelt down most of the scrap back into something that can be actually used.
All right. Well, I can certainly help you reduce that into into something that's a little more well, melting down scrap into billets is something that my forge can do. Takes a lot of heat though, but seems as though you got that covered with that pet. Does does it take commands from other people? Is it like
Never
a
tried that.
dog?
That's a good question. I mean, for the most part, it just kind of follows me around and does whatever I say. I don't think other people have tried to even give it commands.
All right, well, let's give it a try. Orb, become hot, and you just see as nothing happens.
Does it turn into an
Turns
attractive
around to you
woman?
and says, "Seduce it."
The orb just duplicates itself, now becoming two Orbeez.
Hmm.
By the
Okay.
way, there's some background noise coming from someone. It sounds like
Yeah,
someone
it's
scratching
great.
something.
Trig. Yes, there's something. weird.
Sorry. I will. I forgot to turn the noise suppression off, or on rather. There we go.
I was
Is-
hearing strange things from upstairs and wondering if I should investigate.
Is the cat scratching a pole?
No. I ripped a hole in my chair. I was just taping it over.
Oh,
What?
Ah,
Oh my god.
What?
okay.
I heard noises and thought, oh my god, he must be wrapping presents. I probably shouldn't go and interfere.
Well, it's definitely
he's
a
wrapping them.
surprise.
Oh yeah, I didn't expect that at all. How exactly one punches a hole in a chair is interesting.
All
Anyway.
too
Do you want
easy.
me to sew it up for you?
No, you can't. It's not sewable. It's missing bits.
carrying on. Marsh, as you look upon the bemused blacksmith and your pet orb, what do you do next?
Well, I think
He
it's an
kind of-
interesting
He
experiment.
just kind of shrugs at you and says, "I think it's broke, mate."
Okay, well, first of all, just having it melt in a sled might not be the smartest of decisions. I want to bring it somewhere where the melted metal can actually be used, or well, it can actually be poured or whatever it's done into the shapes.
All right, so you want to. So what you're suggesting then is that we find, I don't know, like maybe a forge or something. I think I know a guy.
Well, I assume the orb is currently sitting in the sled, in the pile of trash. I mean, scrap. Yeah?
Currently, it's on the floor.
Right. But even if it's on the floor, just having a bunch of molten slag might not be very good.
Oh, absolutely not.
Yeah.
This, however, doesn't seem to have kind of like clicked in Thomas's head yet. Like, you get the impression he's yet to make the connection of, yes, thing capable of melting metal on the floor. Probably not a good idea.
Okay, I see. I'm going to have to really lay things out for this guy. Okay.
He has claimed himself to be an apprentice without a master.
That is true. It is quite unfortunate that we arrived here without a appropriate smith. Although, then again, I am the only smith this city needs, apparently.
Apparently. So, if you like, we can skip any further acting out of scenarios and just simply roll for the final results.
Oh boy.
Cover any further details after the session, if you like.
Yeah, sure. So just roll smith's tools, I suppose.
Yeah. Do so with advantage, since you would have a an assistant.
Nice. Thank God for that advantage, then.
Oof.
So, given
And
the
on
results
that
of your
day,
smith's
his
tools,
orb grew by 3 times the size.
given the results of your smith's tools roll being a 23, I'm going to say that you can pick between 2 options that you're wanting to aim for. Option 1, reducing all of the scrap metal down into a series of ingots and billets that can be used for the purposes of creating something more comprehensive once you have access to a better workshop. Option 2, using what you can to try and create something of a very simplistic automaton that you can fuse the orb to give it greater mobility than just simply rolling around after you.
So would you say this forge this man has is not enough to create a still with legs and a flamethrower attachment?
Absolutely fucking not.
Okay. Ha.
If you had maybe a year, maybe.
Oh. All right. All right.
Given that I'm guessing you probably have somewhere in the realm of 48 to 72 hours, your options are limited.
Okay. Well, in that case, yeah, I'll go for the just making a simplified version of what I had before, just a bit smaller, but
all right,
mostly capable of everything it used to.
In that case, we shall say for now that you are able to create what effectively amounts to the machine equivalent of a very angry chihuahua.
I was about to ask, or well, say to give it just 4 legs or something, but I'm neither there, and yeah.
Well, I at least wanted to be able to, I don't know, punch something.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, chihuahuas can be very mean.
I mean, yes, but they're also tiny.
That sounds like a you problem. Find smaller enemies.
You are able, in that case, you were able to create a roughly dog-shaped. Sure, let's go with what Edge just posted.
Oh,
effectively something like that, except a medievalized version of it. And the rest of the material.
Steel Defender artwork that exists. Basically just a metal dog kind of deal.
Yeah. The rest
That's
of the
fair
metal
enough.
you're able to effectively melt down and potentially reuse on a later basis.
Okay.
But with that all sorted, is there anything else that you would like to get sorted with Thomas? This would have getting this far, by the way, would have taken you the better half of a full day.
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't think I need anything else.
All right. So, what does the rest of the party get up to?
Should I redo that conversation I did when Chase wasn't here?
Sure.
Is Chase here
Let's
currently?
turn that monologue
I'm
into
here
a
currently.
dialogue.
Yes, indeed. You are here this time, yeah?
Yep.
Okay. Chase. No, CD, my good man. Gareth says as he taps you on the shoulder.
Yeah.
I hear you were trying to sell some pelts and other such items. Now, although we know they don't have a tannery around here, obviously someone is buying if they're importing. Perhaps I might be able to inquire around and sell it for you.
Hmm. You know what? Yeah, sure. I'll give you the pelt and I'll keep the antlers on me.
I look over the pelt and say, right, well, the way this tends to work, see, is people are generally more willing to part with their money and even pay more if they know the story of the hunt. You know, if there was a great battle or you know, some high odds or some
Ah, all right.
drastic measures. You know, if you tell me the story of the great hunt, I'm sure it will greatly increase the value of the belt. Like, for
Tell-
example, could you tell me about these small, very fine holes around the neck area?
Ah, yeah. You see, when at the hunt, when I found that majestic stag, I turned into a spider. You know that same one. And I
Ah.
went and hunted that stag down. I thrashed and bit and used all sorts of all tricks up my sleeve in order to hunt the creature and give it its deserving battle. It was a glorious fight.
Okay,
That
Fly
does
doesn't
indeed sound like
change.
a quite epic battle, but people are also much more interested in the hunt itself, not just the kill. Can you tell me how did you track it? How did you find it, and eventually get to a point where you could confront this great creature?
Well, okay, out of character. I think I found it by accident, maybe. Ginge, can you confirm that?
The precise method that you used was you went out looking for general traces of creatures, and upon being able to track down the progenitor of a series of large hoof marks, being a massive elk-like stag creature, you managed to well, basically what you did was you used magic to convince it that you were an ally. You then proceeded to
Backstab it.
walk up to it, gently caress it on the cheek using your hand as a means of marveling at its overall size, shape, and overall demeanor. And then you proceed to whip out a knife and jab it through the jugular in an attempt to basically sneak attack it to death. A fight ensued where you beat the ever-living shit out of it. When it tried to escape, you fired a web at it in order to immobilize it. You then proceeded to inject it full of poison and then skin it alive.
No. It was dead when I skinned it.
Wasn't it just paralyzed?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that it was just paralyzed when you actually went through the process of, carving bits of flesh off of it.
No.
Which,
no, wait,
don't get me wrong,
I-
rapidly caused it to die, but still.
I wouldn't be so cruel as to not kill it when it is paralyzed.
Says the
Makes you
person who
sick,
gassed an
bastard.
entire fox out of its hovel using a swarm of locusts, ticks, and other biting insects.
Okay, maybe I would have done it, but I'm pretty
Wait,
sure I
hey.
did not do it.
So-
Hmm.
Is this story as Ginger has told it? This is what you're reiterating to Gero, yeah?
Oh hell no! I am. My opinion is low enough between the party. I am not telling you exactly what happened. I'm telling you that I
Okay,
found.
okay. I'll
It
I'll
would
be
increase the
honest.
value if we.
He didn't skin it alive. He first used
Okay.
his knife to slit the neck and then allow it to bleed to death before skinning it.
Yes, like a good
Ah,
hunter.
so he ensured it was a halal kill.
Like a good halal
Yes.
slaughterer.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, he did effectively
Okay,
halal
well-
slaughter the elk before skinning it.
As
All
you're
right.
basically trying to increase the value of this thing by telling the story of how you came across it, how you the more unusual the story, the more people are going to be interested, obviously. So this is quite an unusual hunt story.
Tell them that a druid found the tell them that the druid, who's your friend, found the stag. Proceeded to initiate combat with it using his giant spider form. To which case he went out and fought it in an epic duel, in which it succumbed to its wounds.
Can I roll an insight
Is
on
this a
that?
deception roll?
I would say CD roll either deception or performance, your choice. Anybody else who wishes to look into the veracity of his story, roll me insight.
Oh, thank God.
A natural
Okay.
one. Yeah, no, I have no clue.
I was worried for a second there. Jesus.
What about you, Trig? You
Sorry, what?
You're not there. Stop it. Don't do this. My heart.
what about
Someone
I
please-
mean, I've
know.
just rolled a
Someone can roll
19.
higher than
That's
me and fuck me over. Don't do that, please.
I can smell what is that elk? Is that elk shit I'm smelling?
Even to your discerning eye for deception, my friend, you can't help but find that apparently that CD was uncharacteristically honourable in the slaying of this majestic beast.
What, with an insight of 19?
Against
Rolled a
his
21.
it's a
deception
deception of
21, yes.
21.
Ah, okay. Yeah, fair
Can-
enough.
Can I
What
give
about
it a try?
Theo? Go
Yeah,
on.
I'll give it a try. Insight, you said?
Uh-huh.
Yes. My heart.
Right, so Chase, you know you asked us earlier what a jammy dodger is.
That was. Uh-huh.
Yes.
That's you.
Oh, you fuck. Never mind.
No.
All right.
A jammy dodger is in British slang another way of referring to a lucky son of a bitch.
Yeah.
That's Susan dice roll.
I'm gonna be honest. I have inspiration, and I was willing to burn it at that moment.
Did you
My
say
word.
that we could use inspiration to change the role of another person? I'm joking. I'm not
No.
going to do that.
No.
That is true. I mean, May I use my inspiration to change my critical failure?
Yes, you can technically use your inspiration to change
want to
your
burn it
own
here?
role.
You still only
Ins-
did 20. Damn.
Do you really want to burn it here?
No.
If Garrow, you want to spend your inspiration to re-roll, you can. But I would
I'm fine
personally
with
not
the roll.
advise it.
Thank you.
my issue is if I burn my inspiration, pass, and discover the truth of the matter, I will have to kill CD.
Yes, please don't.
Well, consider that you would have to roll a natural 20 to be able to actually realize the true nature of his deception. And even then, you wouldn't be able to realize what really happened. You would just simply have a suspicion that he's lying.
To be fair, anything that comes out of CD's mouth, I sort of have a suspicion that it's a lie.
It's look, okay. I
Okay,
like to think of my
fine.
character.
My roll was pretty shit. I'm just gonna say I'm not even gonna bother.
Look,
Whatever
my
CD says, it goes. Whatever.
my character.
Look.
I like to think of my CD's character to be like someone who's used to make shady deals. Like he's your drug dealer, basically.
You are not a
You're a
noble
druid, not
savage.
a rogue.
As inherently distrustworthy as CD may be, at the very least, from the description of how he made this kill and the resulting rolls that failed to be able to spot the deception in his description, the only reasonable conclusion that you all can come to is that, whether it be permanently or temporarily, he seems to have turned over a new leaf.
Well, Garrow doesn't know anything about his old leaves, and as far as he can tell, everything is squeaky clean. Perhaps in part due to CD having a bath earlier today. So he happily takes the pelt and offers to take the antlers as well, in the aim to sell them.
No, it's all right.
Along with the
I
story.
think I'm gonna set the antlers on my own. I can't have you do
I
everything
shall.
for me.
I shall take some heavy strides towards CD, looking him dead in the eyes. And as I approach him, I'm going to reach out with a hand and slap him on the back.
Ow.
I'm proud of you. You've actually done something honorable.
Yeah. I'm proud of myself as well.
This is even better. Golden valor. This is beautiful.
I must be honest, I had for a moment thought you unredeemable, but with this my faith is restored. CD,
What? Yeah?
you've done well.
What can I say? I learned from people who are a true example to us all. And he just pats you in the back, very lightly, almost afraid, and says, "I've learned from people who are an example to us all."
Gay.
That's so sweet. I'm almost sort of puking a bit in my mouth.
I mean, I would say be careful there, Chase. I mean, you just patted a woman on the back in the workplace. I think that's sexual harassment.
Oh, it's all right. She's one of the boys. Yeah.
Oh,
So, moving on, perhaps?
Thank you.
Indeed. So, is anyone going to the pub, or shall we head on to the
Golden Goblet.
Goblet, yes.
I don't think
On
they
the
would
goblet,
accept
I
me
say.
there, so
But they
That's-
probably would accept your gold.
Yeah, as we walk out, I just go, normally I'd go to the pub. But, me and this little town have some history, and I'd rather not get recognized by anybody. Hence my disguise. And the pub sounds like a little too much of a risk. Plus, we might find, a little more adventure to be had where people have money to pay adventurers to, do things.
Oh, I'm sure they'll accept you at the bar, and if they don't, it's another chance to restore some honor.
No. You by all means are welcome to go to the pub. I'm going to go to where the people with lots of money and are going to be drinking and getting drunk.
I may go to the bar and seek some information on both this wizard and this so-called sun seeker, sun eater.
Sun Eater, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this old man who's bought the mayor's house, that's near to the Golden Goblet.
Mm-hmm.
You guys want to go there, or do you want to go first into the Golden Goblet?
I think it's possibly worth going there first.
So, because I would like to have a bit more information on that man before we actually go to see him.
Yes. And I think the Golden Goblet might be the right place for that sort of information as well. Because
Agreed.
bear in mind, it's not just going to be tourists there. There are going to be people behind the bar, and they're going to be a little more in the know with what's going off around the wealthier parts of town, where people have money and things to, I'm just realizing that I have essentially a flask full of do as I say drink.
Oh,
Yeah.
good fucking god, he's gonna roofie
And
someone.
I'm gonna find
Oh.
wealthy people. There might be something to be had there.
James,
Did I
before
actually
we
give
go,
that back to you?
before we go anywhere else, I would like to just go into an alley for real quick and just try to what I did to trigger just to make sure that I'm nice and tidy, looking shiny and everything. My suit, I mean, of course.
All right. Are you going to go through any effort to conceal your elven nature, or are you going to play on that in order to make yourself seem of some kind of high-born individual, perhaps?
I was thinking of that, yeah. But I don't know if I think I'm gonna do that. Just gonna
Do
try to
what?
pass off as sorry. I think I'm gonna try to pass off as like a noble elf or at least a high standing elf.
All right.
At least pass off as rich.
Go ahead and roll for me with your disguise kit. You'll be doing so with advantage since you're basically already halfway there by default. Making good use of those advantage rolls. I'm liking this game so far. Basically, every time I've said you get to roll with advantage, they've just rolled two of the same number. How does this keep happening?
I'm just.
Do you have a button that says make them both the same or something like that?
Well, hey, I made
We have a
I made
button that
excellent
says
use of that.
we have a button that says roll
you
with
do.
advantage that does have the same effect.
I'm just happy you didn't say roll with disadvantage on me because that one gave me a heart attack.
Oh yeah, your life depended on that roll.
Yes.
Perhaps.
the lie persists another day.
Yes. I'm not going hunting for a fucking long while. That or I'm
Make
not
it till you
telling you
make it.
anything again.
Chase, some out of character knowledge here. Fake it till you make it.
I'm never going to be an honest man, alright? You can't force me.
So, I would say you duck off into a small, relatively out of the way alleyway, and you are soon able to emerge back, reuniting with the rest of the party, looking much like you did originally, only having vastly improved your own standing. You've used your knife to clean up the bits of scraggly beard and mustache that have maybe gotten a little out of sorts in the previous combat, and you tidy yourself up. You just do little bits of pieces here and there to make it seem like you haven't just been traveling on the road camping for a week with no rests.
Yeah, looking dressed to kill, but also dressed to party. You know.
Yes.
Ah, yes. On that note, Garo is actually going to, for one of the rare occasions, actually put on his shirt.
Ah,
He
fascinating.
Does the wizard?
does
Does the
actually
shirt
have a
say
shirt.
wizard?
It does not. It is just a fancy white shirt with some frills on it.
Like one of
But in a
those.
little bit popish.
The shirt, as a matter of fact, is shockingly well fitting, to the point where you suspect that it may have even been custom tailored for Garo.
Of course, Garo is a gentleman, as he often lets people know.
So, with that said, is there anything else anybody would like to do before you make your way up and towards the Golden Goblet?
Question: how long do we plan on continuing to play?
I can keep this going for a while. I have quite a bit planned for both this session and the next session, and it just depends on how much of it we get through.
Okay, yeah, because I gotta go in a bit. I cannot keep going continuously.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Add to the expensive pub.
I
then.
just
Yeah.
yes. I just
focus
need
on something
to.
Theo wants to do first, then.
Fair enough. Yes.
So, as the party makes their way over to the Golden Goblet, I'm afraid I am going to have to pop away for just a minute. I need to use the loo.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Hello.
Wow.
Well, while we wait, just want to check. Is Garo still holding on to your flask for you, or did he give it back? I can't remember.
Now that I know what's in it and I have a supply of alcohol, I would have probably asked for it back.
That's fair.
It's been a week. I'm wondering whether or not I might be able to concoct some sort of because I don't look like I'm from around here and I'm a dark-skinned person now at the present moment, whether I might be able to come up with a plan to as a greeting or some sort of ceremonial thing. Wash.
I think you're just a bit tanned. You're not black.
Just sort of anoint someone's hands with some liquid or something as some sort of greeting from my my ornate flask.
Greg, I have a feeling that you
Are
just
we
got
gonna-
a tan. You're not black.
Are we going to have to put a turban on your head?
You're
Yes.
you're fixating on the wrong bit of the information there.
But Ginger, I have to go now. So if you're on tomorrow, we can probably do some stuff. Maybe
All right.
maybe off stream. But yeah, I really have to go.
All right, that's fair.
right,
Have a
yeah.
nice evening, Theo.
Yeah,
this
you all as well.
girlfriend charges by the hour.
Oof.
No, but she is very tired, and
Yes.
she's
fair enough.
very sweet. All right, I'll see you
Have a
guys
good
later.
night, dude. Take it easy.
All
Good
right.
night.
All right.
So,
Oof, glad he's gone.
hey.
I'm joking. He's a
Bad
good
joke.
friend. Yeah, bad
So,
joke.
just
quick
for
question, Ginger.
just
How do I delete an item from my inventory?
at the bottom of the inventory, there is a little padlock. You click that,
Yep.
and it brings up delete icons. Just simply click on the delete
Perfect,
icon for
thank
the
you.
relevant row.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
No problem. By the way, Trig, just so that you know, currently, Garo doesn't look. Not Garo. Gruce. Oh, fucking all the G's.
Doesn't
Gruce
look like a monk.
doesn't look. He doesn't look black. He looks Mediterranean.
Close enough.
Yeah,
I know
Regardless of how he looks, whether or not it's some sort of custom that I might be, wish to anoint someone's hand or forehead with some of my holy water that I have in my my holy flask that I keep with me on my travels.
Oh,
Hmm.
just keep Grace away from seeing you do that, and you'll be fine.
Yeah. Uh
Well, do you want to
All
let any
right,
of your
so-
party members know so that they can be obvious distraction?
I don't know. I don't. Maybe not at this point. I'm not sure. But
Okay.
might not even need to see it. Might not even know to see it. But yes, no. Gruce is well aware that probably both Garrow and Grace would not take well to me. Basically taking control of someone's mind for a few moments.
Hmm.
But there might be some use for it there. Anyway, yes. Well, let's
If
go
you can
to the nice
convince Garrow
pub.
it's for a good cause.
Yes.
The monk is off to roof-feed some people.
Why do I get the impression that Garrow would be 100% okay with working on roofing a bunch of nobles, so long as the money that was gained was, I don't know, donated to charity or
I
something of that
doubt
measure.
you'd even.
He's
Would
not,
you even
he's
have
not
to
Robin
donate
Hood,
to
he's
charity?
just very gullible.
Yeah,
Are
would you
these-
even have to donate it to charity? Would it not simply be a matter of, oh yes, the gentleman's pickup line?
Are you sure Gruce isn't in blackface? He could make a very good Bill Cosby impression.
Oof.
Perhaps to aid your disguise, you should speak in a Rastafarian accent.
Nice special barbecue sauce. Tell me you've seen that scene.
I haven't, but we should
Oh.
probably get back on topic.
Yes, quite. I will send you that link at some point. It's a good meme. Right. Yes. So we were heading to the Golden Goblet.
As the party makes their way up towards the Golden Goblet, you follow a few directions from the various people making their way to and fro within the town. For the most part, by the way, it has gotten to the point where it is best considered mid-afternoon. The sun hasn't gone down, and you would say that there's probably somewhere in the realm of 2 to 3 hours worth of sunlight left. But in either case, you can see that there is a little bit more activity from the local tourists in the area. Following the directions from a few helpful locals and tourists and the like, you are soon directed to the Golden Goblet, and you immediately know that you have found the place by the somewhat ostentatious presentation that you see before you. The building, it's interesting. It kind of looks like one of those Edwardian noble houses, like the lord's villas that you'd expect to see in one of those ancient wattle and daub style of mansions. And you could definitely tell that this was once a very important place of residence, somewhere that would have at one point been, well, likely the mayor's house. You could definitely see how it would have had that purpose. But now it is much like what Ez has just posted there, except without the boarded up windows. And as you make your way in, you see hanging just over the front door with a sign that, instead of being one of those vertical swinging in the wind signs, it's being nailed into the headboard above the doorway, and has in sickeningly posh and sickeningly posh and overly flowing calligraphy. Just a double G and then a very artistically stylized, almost vaguely elven-esque styled goblet that is quite clearly made of some kind of gold. And as you step to and fro, making your way towards the building, it actually looks as though the sign itself, as opposed to simply having been painted with some kind of yellow paint, is actually made of gold leaf that has been hammered into place in order to produce the lettering. It is. It certainly gives off a certain air of class. Maybe not the kind of class that you'd want to be involved with, but class nonetheless.
Fair enough.
There doesn't appear to be any form of security on the outside, however, which is somewhat surprising.
Do I recognise this place, or has it cropped up since in the 12 years that I've been out of Lavendale?
This is something that you recognise as being the mayor's house. You don't recognise this as being a pub. It is being converted in your absence.
Just muttered to
But
myself,
yes.
damn, it's changed.
Just to be clear, who is and isn't making their way inside? Obviously, Grigori will be making his way inside.
I am going to be going in as well.
I would be outside.
Oh, I'm definitely going
Okay.
into the pub.
I shall stride confidently in. I am amongst my people, fellow gentlemen.
Indeed. We might book a room for the evening here, or a couple of them, perhaps. Depending on how much they are.
Right, well, I have a rough idea as to what Gruce and Garrow look like. Obviously, Grigori looks like he's about to fit right in, to an almost annoying degree. But, Grace, what's your current get-up?
Oh, I am in full regalia. My armor is, of course, freshly polished.
Right, okay, so you're going in as a kind of, right, I see. And just remind me, what is your, what is your armor type right now? It's still ringmail, right?
It is. I still haven't found anywhere that has reasonable plates.
Yeah, you haven't really been around, well, anywhere where you'd find that kind of thing, unfortunately. But hardly an issue. As the party make their way inside, you are soon greeted by a somewhat welcoming atmosphere, but also, how do I describe this? It's upscale, but not sickeningly so.
Nice.
As you make your way inside, you see as the interior is this immediately opens up into this large single continuous room with no obvious separations between the different regions of the interior. You see that there appears to be a mostly left section of the building and a mostly right section of the building with a kind of central bar that you can quite easily access from either side. A wide variety of glass bottles carrying all sorts of various labeled drinks adorn a series of shelves along the central bar area. There is a surprisingly well-dressed tiefling fellow standing in the bar, seemingly by himself and just looking around and keeping an eye out for anybody who may be wanting to order a drink. You see the various other people within the bar, by the way. This is not a rowdy place. This is a place where people come in to sit at a table and have like maybe a glass of wine or a bottle for the table, and then proceed to have casual and low-key conversations. It's almost coffee house-like in its nature. It's very subdued, very civilized.
Is there a bar where people sit at, or is it just literally take orders?
It's a place where you would go to place an order, and then you would go to find a table and have your drink brought to you by some member of staff.
Do they have a wine list?
Possibly. You'd have to ask. At this point, as the party have stepped into the establishment and proceeded to just kind of, I can only assume, just ogle at the interior decorations, you would at some point notice that the tiefling behind the bar has apparently spotted your entry and is seemingly awaiting your attention.
I'll stroll up.
Upon entering, strides confidently over to him and says, "My good fellow, could we get a table?"
Certainly, if you're looking to spend time here with anybody in particular, feel free to join them. Otherwise, find an empty table. We have plenty of space around the back. I see that we are relatively busy near to the front here today.
Excellent. And could I have a bottle of your best of the day?
Dear God. It's going to be expensive.
You see as he does a quick devil's parade wrapping of fingernails along the bar before giving you a hearty grin before saying, "The best? Well, I will have to see what we have available and bring it over to you, my friend. But let us see what I can get sorted for you. Go and find yourself a seat. I shall bring you over some options."
Excellent. And I lead everyone to a good table by a window towards the direction he pointed.
Also wandering through there, is there is it just wealthy-looking people, or is there anyone of any note in there? Is there? I don't know. I'm just trying to sort of think if we might be able to spot characters of interest that we might want to speak to. You know, someone that might be, I don't know, learned of magics or history or that type of thing. You know how those types are often tend to stand out without meaning to, shall we say?
Let me think.
Because we're looking for magic users, etc.
Garrow might be able to discern people of high class.
Insight?
Gruce probably wouldn't.
Yeah.
Kiki, well, Grace definitely wouldn't.
Really?
Well, yeah, this is probably the first time you've ever been in such a high class establishment, Grace. This is obviously you've made yourself up in a very I am a knight of honor, which, whilst unusual, and by the way, Grace, you have been getting a great many looks, more so than the rest of the party. Just from the various people sitting at tables and having passing conversation, you would, in fact, give me a perception check, Grace, to determine how much of the passing conversation you are actually able to hear as you attract. Apparently, whilst you are clearly aware that you are attracting the gaze of many of the people in here, you're not actually able to determine what they are saying about you, but you get the vague impression that it's more so in the direction of admiration than mockery.
I am doing so well with dice. The only good roll I've had
It's-
is the dice set.
It is quite impressive, I must say. Oh man. Anyway. So yeah, I would say Garrow, give me an insight check.
Sure. 1 second.
Oof.
How's that for an insight check?
That's rather
I'm
good.
in my element.
That's pretty insightful.
I'll bear that in mind, what you just DM'd me there, but surprisingly enough, Garrow isn't entirely out of place with how his usual mannerisms are here. At least not as much as what you'd probably expect us. But anyway, Garrow, as you lead the rest of the party through this relatively high-scale establishment, you're able to immediately spot that there are a few people that catch your attention. Being a man of class and culture, and especially given the nature of your history, you'd be able to determine who is and is not someone who may have a particular interest in certain fields. For example, there's certain telltale giveaways whenever you are looking at someone who is, for example, a merchant or an actor or any other high tier of profession. These are people that you have encountered in your previous life, and as a result of the ability to be able to recognize such individuals, even if it is to a limited degree, with absolutely no recognition of who each individual's name is and who they are as an actual person.
Look, so as we get seated, and Gruce, I think he was asking like for people to talk to. Garo just calmly just points out, well, that man over there sitting there, you can see as he's sipping his wine, the way he's holding himself, he's clearly a merchant, perhaps in the souvenirs industry. Whereas that man over there, he looks like he might be a scribe or a librarian. Basically, systematically pointing out everyone in the room to Gruce.
Okay.
Yes, and Gruce, as he does this, you can't help but follow along his line of logic in a way that is genuinely surprising. Apparently, Garrow has a lot of experience in this field.
Fantastic.
Either that, or
It's
he's
someone you're. No, go ahead.
either that, or he's terribly good at bullshitting.
Yes. Anyone here that might be a man of magics and so on?
Well, that guy over there to the right, you see him with the hearty red that he's sipping alone. He strikes me as a man who is well read. Whilst I can't say he's definitely a wizard, for he's not wearing his hat of office, I would say he is probably your best bet out of anyone here.
The man that he points to is an individual who, whilst yes, appears to be sipping on an entire bottle's worth of some relatively expensive looking drink, at least from a distance, you can see that he is a man who has a well-groomed aspect to his facial hair. He's a little bit older. You would expect somewhere maybe in the late 50s, early 60s, and is otherwise most notable for the bright crimson overcoat that he has draped over him. A very ostentatious color with a dark, almost gunmetal grey fur lining that goes across and accentuates the look. You can also see that there's just the slightest hint of golden cord accentuating some of the seams along this coat. You can tell that the single garment itself is probably worth hundreds, if not potentially thousands of gold pieces in of itself.
Interesting. Interesting. Does he look up at us as we walk through, as we're clearly pointing at him? Is there any way we can catch his eye without sort of being too?
Let me just roll for a moment to see if he even notices you. Apparently not. As Garrow goes through the process of quite clearly pointing directly at the man and giving you directions, you see as he apparently doesn't even bother to look up from the book that he's currently enjoying.
Rude.
Well, oddly.
So Garrow conspiratorially tells Gruce that if you want to get his attention, he suggests that you give it 5-10 minutes for the crowd to settle, and then go over there and bring up the topic of the book that he's reading.
Quite. I agree. Yes, I agree. Okay, let's sit down at the table. Is there anybody else notices us other than Grace or whatever? Let's go and sit down and have a drink.
As you do go to sit down, you see that within a minute of you having found the space, the same tiefling who had previously greeted you at the front of the bar has already made his way over, and in his hands carrying 2 bottles of wine. And upon arriving at the table, addresses directly to you, Garrow, and says, "Here I have myself a pair of fine vintages. This one here is from is actually from the dwarven noble city of Warrenheim, and is this particular piece is it is made using the finest of dwarven fruits, aged for many hundreds of years." And then places it delicately on the table before switching to another one and saying, "And this actually comes from the Elven Empire of Nodoran Maya, dating back to before the unification of their people. This particular piece comes from the rural aspect of Teliara, whereby the fields prior to their forestification were well, I'm not entirely sure what is inside this one, but I've had a taste of it myself. This is only the second bottle to ever come into my possession, and it is quite special."
Yellow raises his eyebrow and checks Theo's face to see if there's any reaction at the names of the elven reunification stuff.
As soon as the tiefling mentions that it comes from pre-unification, you can immediately see that the otherwise disinterested Grigori looks bemused and raises an eyebrow in the direction of this tiefling before just silently carrying on with amusing himself with looking at the various pieces of scenery. You get the distinct
no
impression
sign
that
of offense or anything.
you get the distinct impression from Grigori that he gave the tiefling a look of, "Hey, yeah, right."
In which case, Garo's gonna ask for the God, what's it called? I'm sorry, I just had a brain failure. The wooden thing you put in the top of a bottle.
Cork.
Cork, thank you. that he wants to be able to smell the rosé, as it were, of each.
And ask him to open both bottles.
Well, he says these
Well-
have been opened before, didn't he?
No, he said he'd had a bottle, but the
Oh,
another bottle.
Asking him to
Yes.
open both bottles is the power move, though.
It is a power move.
Yeah, specifically what the tiefling said was that the elven wine, he had previously enjoyed a bottle of this himself and could confirm that it was excellent in quality, effectively.
Okay, but he has never tried the dwarven.
If he has, he didn't make mention of it.
Yeah, I think Garrow is going to want to smell a bouquet of each. Make his own decision. His guests are,
Right.
of course, allowed. You guys are allowed to also smell it, of course.
Well, as you ask this of the tiefling, he smiles in your direction for a moment, and you can see that there's a look on his face that would best be described as the visual representation of modem startup noises. Before he seemingly resumes his thought processes after a brief delay and says, "Very well, my friend. I shall go and collect for you the corkscrew so that you can see the process of these two pieces being opened in front of you, so that you can have the full aroma of the immediate opening. I shall be right back." And he takes the two bottles and whisks himself away.
Oh my god! So we've got to say that we don't like either of those. We'll take the next. We'll take something else.
That's great. Shush, Kiki. You're spoiling the game.
Oh my god, guys! Carrying on. So, as the tiefling has disappeared for the moment, is there anything any of you would like to do whilst you're in this relatively upscale and posh establishment? It is worth noting that in the current situation and scenario, you have yet to raise any reasonable amount of attention to yourself, but otherwise have you seem to be fitting in rather well.
For now.
Well,
Yes, for now.
Garrow will begin to tell a story of one of his adventures to anyone at the table, but will give Gruce a look, as in, it's been enough time if you want to go talk to that guy.
Oh, I will stay until we've opened the bottles of wine. This is far too intriguing, to just get up and wander off and leave you guys to this by yourselves. I don't know if you noticed. I am somewhat of a fan of wines.
Yes, you are somewhat of a connoisseur.
We used to make quite a lot of it back at the monastery. She's not far from here, as I mentioned. Oops.
I'm just curious, besides Grace clearly having gotten an idea of how the game is played, from what was said earlier, does Garrow know whether or not Gruce is understanding what's being done?
No, I'm just sitting there watching.
Okay,
well,
while the guy's gone then, Garrow will give him a quick rundown of how the game is played here, just so that he doesn't say the wrong thing.
Sure, because I'm just a mere
Look,
monk.
my good man, what we're doing here is we're trying to raise our profile without raising the bill too high, of course.
Okay.
You see, we must, and I'll be perfectly honest, given our waiter's reaction, the French wine, sorry, the Elven wine, is clearly, as the elves would say, bullshit. And whilst the dwarf wine may actually be legit, we are going to say it is also bullshit, and we're going to say it in a rather foppish, but yet angry sort of way. We're trying to make sure the clientele know we are people they can deal with, but shouldn't take lightly.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Interesting.
Now, as I am sure you're more of a connoisseur of wine than me, when we do refuse both the wines, I will let you be the expert on what wine, a third wine, we should have at the table. Especially seeing as you are from these parts. You'd know a good local.
I do know a good local.
You would know for a fact that one of the best locals around comes from the monastery from which you yourself were kicked out of.
Yes. Which is kind of what I was expecting to run into. Is oh, yeah, we've got this. Oh, I'm very familiar with that type of scenario. Okay, I see. I get the game you're playing now. Okay, right.
Yes, so
I'll play along. Don't worry.
It's a long game, but the end of the game is we will have people approach us if we play this right, because they will see us as interesting characters and they'll want to do business with us.
By the way, just to bring in a pause to the current scenario, Chase and Marsh, is there anything that you would like to have input of what's happening here? You've been kind of shoved out of the session for a bit.
Oh no, I'm not inside of the Golden Globe, the place they are in.
The Golden Goblet.
The Golden Goblet, yeah. I'm not inside of there, so I wouldn't be able to affect them. If you're asking what my character would be doing at that time, he'd either be talking to some street animal or just making his way down to the pub.
I just kind of assumed I'm still in the forge, just sort of doing my thing.
Me too.
Chase, might I suggest that you'd also be interested in doing your own research on how to sell your antlers?
CD's just out on the street having a conversation with a rat or a sparrow or something.
Hey.
Oh, that's what you meant by street animal. I thought you were sort of looking for hookers or something. That's
what I had thought he meant.
Oh no! I guess as proof. I guess as proof of my of my inherent innocence, I naturally assumed otherwise that he was actually literally just looking for just some random street animal, like an actual bird.
Some bloke's dog. Someone's walking his
of a whore.
Yes,
the possibility of a whore did not enter my head. He said street animal.
If I were to talk to an animal, never mind. When it comes to that, you'll ask me anyway. Yeah, as I said, I'm currently either walking around talking to some street animals, actual animals, or just making my way down to the.
Hey, dude.
I
mean, if that's really what you're into, we're not going to judge. Well, I might a little bit, but I don't know about the others.
All right. Well, for now, we'll continue with what's happening inside the Golden Goblet. But we'll get back to you in a moment, Chase.
Just before we continue, you have a very good Arabian accent. We might want to. You have a very good Arabian accent.
Well, thank you for that. I suppose you are the expert.
Room, you guys.
So, carrying on. Is there anything that the rest of you would like to discuss prior to the barman's return? Or are you just simply going to wait for his for him to come back with
essentially discuss what we're going to do and whether or not we can find out as I said, this guy that's moved in to the area that might be a wizard. I'm very, very keen to sort of investigate more my flask and the more magical component of it. We know that there is a one effect, but there seems to be this sort of Do you notice the moving animal, sort of element of it, the small water elemental that was released when we threw the bottle, and whether or not anyone. That's why I'm looking to talk to somebody magical. That, and we want to track down this Sun Eater and a few other things.
Kiki,
All right.
is there anything you're interested in acquiring at the moment?
Me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was on about the Sun Eater.
So Sun Eater, and maybe if we can find a traveling trader who might have a suit of armor.
I don't think I will have enough gold to afford it, even by like session 80.
The thing is, you can get yourself equipment by helping them out with problems they have.
Yes.
That is true. So,
No.
if there's nothing else that you'd like to discuss,
Nope.
It's around this time that the tiefling once again returns to the table, carrying the 2 bottles of wine, carrying each of them by simply wrapping his rather long and lithe fingers around the necks of each of the bottles, whilst carrying in his other hand a long tapered corkscrew, and proceeds to present the corkscrew and 2 bottles by laying them out onto the table in front of you, and then simply addressing the party as a whole, as opposed directly towards Gara, and saying, "Which of these bottles would you prefer to peruse the bouquet of first?"
Well, as you were so keen on the Elven, I'd say that would be a good place to start. What say you, my friends?
Sounds like a good idea. We have to start somewhere.
Well, would you prefer me to do the honors, or would you like to have that yourself?
Oh, by all means, you
I-
carry on. I
I-
think. Or,
Yeah.
or would you say otherwise? I wouldn't like to slip and,
No,
and drop the bottle
I
on the
wouldn't
floor or
want to
anything
deprive
horrifying.
a man of his job.
Exactly.
Very well, he says, giving a bow, and picks up the bottle that he had previously described as hailing from the ancient Elven Empire prior to its reunification, and proceeding to screw the corkscrew into the top before giving a short twist and a yank as a noteworthy thunk is heard as the bottle is uncorked for, if what he says is true, for the first time in well over 1,000 years. And in doing so, he says to the party, "Very well." And he holds out the corkscrew, with the cork just simply held out to the air, and says, "Which of you would like to go first?"
I shall simply take the pearl from my hand to him.
Mhm.
For him to pass it to me.
Well, he hands the cork over to you, and assuming you go to sniff the cork,
I will give it a hearty inhalation.
as you do so, you smell a wide aroma of bizarre and interesting scents. You can get the impression that this is fairly old. In fact, give me a roll of your choice, whether it be insight or history or anything to that effect that you feel may be appropriate here.
I'm going to give it a perception, if that is okay.
Sure. All right. As you peruse the smell of the cork, you lift it to your nose and you give it a quick sniff through your more open nostril before allowing it to linger under the more closed nostril to give yourself the opportunity to experience the smells that are both more subtle and more forthcoming. And you are able to gather a wide variety of bits of information from this, such as, for example, it's probably got quite a bit of alcohol in it. It's probably not vinegar. But most importantly of all, it does in fact appear to smell quite nice. Very dry, you would guess. But as you're not a dedicated wine taster, that's about all you're actually able to come up with, I'm afraid.
Going to hold out my hand and go, may I? Garrow, old friend?
Yes. I pass it along to my colleague, my good friend Gruce.
I'll
Winking my nose only slightly.
take
Okay.
a decent smell. Maybe two or three. Two short, and then one long, deep inhalation after the first two.
All right. Go ahead and roll for me a skill check of your choice.
Probably going to be insight is best. Would I have advantage having spent the last 12 plus years being in a monastery that brewed wine?
Yes, I would say that makes sense. So let's go with the 23 instead of the 8. As you begin to smell the various aromas coming from the cork, you are yourself knowledgeable of the fact that whilst these kinds of wines start off having a particular bouquet to them, that after a relatively short time, the smells being emitted from the cork tend to begin oxidizing, and the scent of such of a wine will gradually change over the course of the coming minutes. But so far, not quite enough time has passed for that to come into effect, and as such, you yourself are able to tell that this is most definitely not a local produce. If you would have to guess, you can almost say for certain that it is, at the very least, not human. You're entirely within reason to presume that it could have been produced within the Elven Empire. Wines, when they get to a certain, or when they begin to age more and more, they tend to take on a very particular set of smells, and you would hazard a guess that this particular one, whereas the tiefling claimed it to have been bottled prior to the reunification of the Elven Empire, which is somewhat ancient history, you would guess that this has probably been bottled some point in the last 100 years, not 1,000 years. Regardless, though, it still seems to be something rather nice.
Can I confer quietly with Garrow roughly that information? That I really don't think it's 1,000 years old. It's old, definitely. It might be a.
You don't
Might
need
be
to be quiet about this.
might be tens of years, but I don't know. I don't know. I think he's
I'll reach out for the cork.
by all means.
Don't be
And,
quiet about your complaints, though, Gruce.
No, I'm going to mutter that I'm not sure. May I look at the bottle? May I look at the bottle? Because a
I shall
1,000
give it
years
a
ago,
long.
the glass might might be slightly
At
different
this
to how it is
point,
these days.
at
I
this
shall give
point,
it
you
a.
could
Sorry,
hang
sorry.
on just a moment, Kiki. At this point, you could see that there is beginning to be a look of vague unsureness within the face of the tiefling, but he nevertheless proceeds to take the bottle and gesture it towards you, making sure to not allow any of it to spill as
Oh.
he very delicately places it within your grasp.
Take a look at the bottle and the label and see if it's if what he is claiming and what I'm looking at rings in any way, shape, or form true. Because I am now very unsure as to whether or not he's completely telling the truth about the heritage of this wine and whether or not he himself knows it.
Okay. I would say let me just look something up for a moment.
Sure. My out of character knowledge, by the way, is that wine's over 250 years and not drinkable, but this
Yeah.
might be magical elf wine.
Well, exactly.
Trig,
Yes.
go ahead and roll for me a history check.
Good God, my history is awful.
Again, due to the specific subject, this is something that you would have advantage with. And thanks to that advantage, I would say that's just about a high enough roll for you to be able to determine that, well, simply put, something of this age wouldn't have had the label produced in Elven. It would have almost certainly have its label have been produced in Sylvan. And I don't believe you know either such language.
I don't. I know Dwarvish, Common, and Celestial. I imagine Theo knows those, but
Well, why don't you ask him?
Grigory. I will indeed ask Grigory. And I'm going to sort of mumble my concerns to him. I'm not sure about this. This seems odd. The label doesn't seem right, and the bouquet seems off as well. It's a good wine, without doubt. But what do you think? You're the expert of on this part of the world.
Well, before he can, let's have Kiki have her reaction first.
Sure.
I was fine.
Go
I was
ahead.
just going to nod. I was just going to nod in agreement and attempt to play off the "I know what I'm talking about" side of things.
I see.
When really Grace has no clue.
Fair enough.
All right. Well, as you hand the bottle off to Grigori, he looks at the label for a moment, and let me just quickly roll a dice for him. He as he looks over, he looks at the label, gives it a quick read, doesn't actually bother sniffing the cork, and instead just simply hangs his nose over the opening and just gives it not even a sniff, just allows it to waft underneath his nose, and then puts the bottle back down on the table and says, No, he's right. And points towards both Gruce and Garrow here and says, No, I'm afraid barman, that no, this is not correct. This, if it were in fact bottled at that time, and it were kept for such a great amount of time, it would have been written in Sylvan. Something of such importance to be able to be preserved for so many years would not have been. It simply would not have been written in the lower tongue of our people. This is a fraud. I should know. Look at my ears. And let me just go ahead and roll
Dun, dun,
a
dun.
performance for Grigori. Actually, no. This would be persuasion. Unfortunately, Grigori
Surely that's
ends
to his
up.
advantage.
Let me think.
It's his local knowledge.
He is an elf being supported
He
by a
is?
group of people who appear to be wine connoisseurs.
Yeah,
You make
and
a
also, how
compelling
can he
point.
fail to persuade someone he's an elf when he shows them his ears?
You make a good point. Yeah,
Maybe they think
the
they're fake.
argument is compelling enough for the tiefling barman that you see suddenly the smile on this barman's face cracks, and you can quite clearly see a vein bulge out in his forehead as the smile goes from being quite clearly full-faced and genuine to suddenly being only within the mouth area, as you can see that he's quite obviously been rather upset by this admonishing of his otherwise, at least claimed by him, genuine wares. And as he takes the bottle and looks at the rest of you, he says, I am terribly sorry, but I feel as though I may be needing to have words with my supplier.
Yes, I think you
please,
may.
Please accept the most humblest of apologies regarding this.
Garrow's brow furrows quite slightly, but he makes a point of making sure the waiter can see he's not happy.
You could see the waiter looks at you and kind of freezes for a moment before simply gesturing to the second bottle and saying, perhaps this would be more to the taste of you and your companions?
Garrow says in a non-threatening but equally incredibly scary tone,
Shall see.
well, one should hope so.
To this you see the waiter nods, and he simply wrenches the cork with a quick twist off of the corkscrew before just simply popping it into his pocket, and then taking the bottle of now rejected wine and just simply walking off with it with a quick, I shall be right back, leaving the bottle of dwarven wine on the table.
Garrow, yes, everyone look of. Don't touch it. Wait till he comes back.
Of course.
We are upset.
We have been lied to.
Indeed. And we don't like liars, I shall say,
Well-
making sure CD can hear me.
Oh no, CD isn't bad. See, it's like we don't know whether it
CD
was.
feels his ears burn.
We don't know whether he knew he was lying.
I think he may have been sincere in that part, but we have to do a show of force here, my friend. And since I have been slighted, quote unquote, you shall be the first this time to sample the bouquet.
Very well.
After a couple seconds passed, you see the same tiefling man returning, this time a bottle of wine, seemingly absent. As he returns to the table with what appears to be a different corkscrew. And as he steps forward, he says, "Would you prefer me to do the honors, or would one of you prefer to open this one?"
No, carry on. It is you are the expert here.
Very
Says
well.
of raise an eyebrow.
And he takes the bottle, takes the corkscrew, holds it in place, and just as he's about to pierce the corks, just stops for a moment and says, "Allow me to apologize once again. I am genuinely sorry that such inferior produce would be passed off, even if accidentally." And bows his head in a what you can presume to be a genuine show of seeking a forgiveness from the party before proceeding to dive the cork into the bottle, the corkscrew into the cork, and then removing the cork once again with a small pop indicative of a slight overpressuring inside the bottle.
If, perchance, you happen to need any assistance in the way of dealing with whoever has falsified this, we take these things very seriously, and may know some people who can deal with liars.
As he nods in your direction, he says, "I, too, take these matters of great importance. If you would like to aid in such matters, please do feel free to, we will be in touch with you."
Thank you.
But he places the bottle down on the table and just simply holds the corkscrew out, this time not gesturing to anyone in particular, but just simply saying, "Who would like to take the first sniff?"
I'll hold out my hand. And
He hands it to you.
And once again take a long inhalation, etc.
This one immediately strikes you as being very different, once again, from what you are used to in human wines, but also very different from the other wine that was being passed off as elven earlier. This time, there is a very distinctly woody scent to it, with almost an earthy undertone. And as a result, you are it's almost aggressively dwarven how much this wine reminds you of what you would expect the inside of a mine to smell like.
Yeah.
It's certainly not pleasant, but it's very distinct. Some wines, as Gruce would know, they're not made to be good, they're made to be memorable.
Yes. Slightly taken aback by what I'm assuming is a somewhat surprising aroma, I'm going to pass the cork over to Garrow and go, not what I was expecting. Where did you, oh my good man, where did you say this, what was the heritage of this wine? I'm quite unfamiliar with this. I tend to think I know something of wines, and yes, that was an unusual aroma. You said you hadn't had one of this before.
I have not personally tasted this one, no. But I am aware that this one is this one was actually traded to this establishment by a passing member of House Firebrand, a given they are the arcane advisors to the king of the dwarves. Apparently, it came from their own personal collection and was used as a means of paying for their stay whilst their representative was staying within this town.
Interesting. House Firebrand, arcane advisor. You say? Is he? Do they travel through here regularly?
The last time that we saw a representative from their house was several years ago. But they have been here on more than one occasion.
Hello, old chap. What do you think? I'm
Garrow samples the bouquet, takes his time with it. Is there any roles I need for this, or?
I didn't make a roll for trade just simply because his character, this is kind of his, his in-game specialty. But if you want, you can go with the same roll that you went with previous, or you can try to go with a different, or you can try to re-roll for a better result.
see if you can do better than you.
I'm happy with my 17.
Oh, 17. Okay.
All right. Do bear in mind, there's only so much you can get from a perception check.
Is that not a good roll for this?
Well, the reason why I say
history or insight.
Well, I often say feel free to make a roll of a skill of your choice. The reason I say that is because a given skill might be appropriate for a given scenario, but you would need to roll higher in that skill to be able to get the equivalent of a different skill that would fit the given scenario more accurately. In this particular scenario, a perception check will give you some information, even if you roll very high, but you would likely gain more information from a different skill such as history, even if you rolled lower. So different skills can be used to accomplish the same goal. It's just that different skills are more appropriate than others for achieving that same goal.
I think I'll stick with my perception roll then.
Okay. Well, with the 17 perception, as you take a hearty inhale of the bouquet of this particular wine, you yourself are also met with a similar, almost very earthy style of scent, which to your nose even comes off as vaguely acrid in scent. You get the impression that were you to actually taste this wine, it would come off as very, very bitter.
Well, Garrow glowers at the waiter. He's not happy about this one either.
What do
In
you
fact,
think,
he's more
Garrus?
unhappy.
Tastes like a sort of smells a bit like a cave, right?
It puts me in mind of a brimstone mine. He says darkly, and I'm going to roll something right now.
All right.
Garrow hasn't made any significant perceptible move, but there's a noticeable stiffening, sitting slightly more upright, a tensing of his muscles under his shirt. And he looks at the waiter and says, What are you playing here? We've come to this establishment. We've been told it is the best place for a drink of wine in the city. And you first serve us lies, and then you want to serve us brimstone and ash? Take this away and get us and he looks over to Gruce for a moment. What would you say? A local special.
Yes, You know what? You're right, Garo. This area is actually rather famous for some decent wines. Isn't there nothing from somewhere around here that is rather good? This is I too. You want a nice glass of wine, not something that, as you say, gonna taste like the inside of a dwarf's armpit.
I'm sorry. Well said.
Well,
I mean, am I wrong? I mean, you haven't. You're not to blame. You haven't tried this, but smell the bottle, sir. Tell me I'm wrong. It's pungent. I believe is a good word for it. Wouldn't you say pungent?
well,
Not so much
yes,
of a bouquet
but-
as more of a bucket.
at this point, you see as though the man's face is taken aback. You get the distinct impression that this almost anger-filled tirade that the pair of you have just unleashed upon him has struck him perhaps closer to home than what you were originally intending, and the result leaves him looking almost definitely taken down a peg, but also offended on some other level, as he looks quite matter-of-factly at the pair of you and says, "This, I am willing to admit, dwarven wines are not to my taste. But this establishment is not here to provide the patrons with a good drink. It is to provide our patrons with a memorable experience. I see that
you're
this
certainly
wine is
giving
not
us a
to your
memorable
taste."
experience right now.
Hmm.
Gary's interrupting. But
I
let me
see
assure
that.
you, we will be talking, and I'm sure you don't want your establishment's good name in disrepute for your bad treatment in order to create a memorable experience. So,
No.
might I suggest you bring us a good wine?
No. Yes, Garo. Let's not put the poor chap. Clearly he doesn't know what's inside the bottle until it's opened either. I'm sure he wants to make amends for, yes, he wants to leave a pleasant experience with his patrons, and of course, reputation is something that is important.
That is correct.
I'm sorry that this has been an unpleasant experience all round. What do you suggest we do at this point? Do you have something that is popular, is well liked amongst your patrons?
Well, allow me to suggest something. Your discerning tastes and your discerning noses have provided a valuable insight to this establishment. By identifying the false nature of what had previously been identified as the most prized wine in our collection as false, is an invaluable service, which more than pays for not only this wine here, but also for the next bottle that I'm going to provide for you from a nearby monastery on the southern peninsula of Stratvania. If this is something that would please you, do let me know, and I will be more than happy to have this wine served to you, not on the house, but paid for by your own advanced knowledge.
Thank you.
I apologize for the experience that you have had here today, and I hope that this has not left a terrible taste in your mouth, unlike this wine here.
Gary remains silent, but you can visibly see him relaxing.
I'm sure that will be.
Very well.
Yes. We'll go with this. So I'm intrigued to sample this monastery's wine. I desperately. Am I going to have to roll a performance check because it's going to be difficult for Gruce to not crack a smile at hearing of his old monastery and on some levels.
Speaking of, have you actually come up with a name for this monastery yet?
Oh God, I haven't even thought about it.
How did I know? Do you want me? Do you want me to come up with a name for it?
Sure, go on then. Yes.
Right.
Rather than me quickly scrabbling around for a.
Hang on. I believe we already did come up with a name for it. Let me just check.
Did we? We did actually. Hold on a second. Did I?
As long as it's not Goldman or the Goldsworth Tavern.
Hold on.
Goldberg Abbey.
The
What's-
Athos Monastery. Yes, Athos.
That's the
do we have?
one.
Oh darn it! We need to. Since we'd forgotten, we need to name it after like a Chinese takeaway or something.
No. It's actually I originally came up with the name Athos, because that is actually the name of a monastery in Greece, which I figured would be appropriate.
Sure.
Incredibly ancient, actually. Also situated on a peninsula, by the way. But yes, the tiefling takes the dwarven wine away, does so whilst giving one final bow towards the party, and simply whisks it away, leaving the party once again by themselves, and returns within under a minute. By the way, you wanted to you suggested rolling a performance check for your display of dissatisfaction. Go ahead and make that roll. I'd say that's high enough. The crack of smile that comes through would probably be seen as, I just can't believe how ridiculous this scenario is, but sure. You have successfully managed to whittle away at this man's ego in order to reduce his establishment to a mere fraudulent shell of its former self, at the very least, as far as the man serving you is concerned.
Excellent. And we're about to
So,
have a damn good bottle of wine on the house as well.
as he
House,
comes
we
back
earned it.
for a final time, he places once again with reverence a bottle of wine on the table and says, "This bottle here is a more recent vintage. It comes from the Athos Monastery, a peninsula to the south of Lavender, and it is a fine piece. Far more flowery and sweet than what you had previously been subjected to in the elven and dwarven varieties, but overall is a treat for anybody who is simply wanting less of an experience and more of just a piece of pleasantry to the senses."
Sounds perfect.
And as he does so, he uncorks the wine, offers the cork to the three of you, and says, "If this one is to your satisfaction, I shall return with 3 glasses post haste."
There are 4 of us.
There are 4 of us.
There are 4 of you.
The invisible elf.
Mhm.
I mean, literally
And,
sometimes.
and no, Marsh, I haven't worked as a waiter before. But yes, assuming none of you end up putting up a fuss regarding this wine, he just simply walks away and comes back with a set of glasses, all of which, by the way, you would notice as he returns, are each a fine cut piece of crystal glass.
Nice.
Nice indeed.
You get the impression that each of these glasses are probably worth themselves somewhere in the realm of like 5 or 6 pieces of gold a piece.
Correct.
Can I do a quick perception roll just to see other tables? How many other tables have equivalent glasses?
As you look around, yeah, go ahead and give me a perception roll. Yeah, you can quite clearly see that whilst a couple of the other tables have these styles of glasses, not all of them do. And for the most part, it appears as though that there seems to be a correlation between the overall upscale nature of the glasses and the upscale nature of the people drinking out of them. For example, the very wealthy looking man that you pointed out to Gruce earlier on, he appears to be drinking out of something of a similar nature to what you have just been provided here.
The edge of Garrow's mouth very slightly lifts upward, as if to say winning.
But yes, with that, you are provided with a on-the-house bottle of some of the finest wine that any of you will have been served in quite some time. Apart from Gruce, who is, quite frankly, used to having this kind of wine on a regular basis, and to him it isn't all that special.
Yes, but it's not very nice. Is it? Is it? I'm assuming it's not the exact same wine as I carried great big barrels of. But
It's not the exact same wine, though. It's actually it's actually a bottle which you would recognize as being something that was a particularly good year for the wineries within your monastery, and as such, for you, this particular bottle, whilst having a lot of aspects of familiarity, is kind of like it's something that you remember having something of a similar grade to a great many years ago back in the monastery. Back when you were first inducted.
the induction wine tasting, fun times.
But yes, Grace, during all of this, what were you doing?
I mean, I was ensuring I supported them. You know, making sure that I gave all the right signals and nodded at the right times.
Basically, just serving. Well, actually, it would make sense, given your attire, that you would effectively be looking as the role of almost semi-bodyguard, a kind of look to the other two. In either case, you definitely would have been serving the role of reinforcing the positions that Gruce and Garrow were trying to put across. With, of course, Grigori basically sitting there, being as
Being an elf.
stony-faced and sour as an elf can possibly be.
French.
Quite
Right, well,
French.
once the waiter has left us, and it's been about a minute, so I'm sure he's no longer watching us, I pat Gruce on the back and say, "Well played, my friend. Well played indeed. And as your reward, a taste of home."
Indeed.
And I lift the glass.
Cheers.
By the way, something else worth pointing out. It doesn't take a check of any kind to notice that during this entire debacle, your table has attracted the attention of a good few of the other tables, with the repeated journeys to and from your table by what you are now beginning to understand is most likely the owner of this establishment.
Nice.
Well played indeed. Oh, look around, and if it catches anyone's eye, I will, nod and raise a glass to them in a friendly
Most
manner.
of the people that you nod and raise a glass to just simply acknowledge the fact that you have spotted them looking at you and just pretend that they weren't. But you occasionally see the odd person just raise a glass in a silent cheers of mutual respect in your direction.
Did our bookish friend notice any of this?
Yes, you would be able to spot that during this entire debacle, during this entire performance, there were on occasion small glimpses of the wealthy, bookish man occasionally putting his book down to just simply look at the performance going on a couple tables over.
Excellent. Well, Gruce, my good friend, after we have supped our victory, might I suggest you make introductions to your soon-to-be new friend?
I think that's a very good idea. At which point, take a good swig of the wine. Fond-ish memories of days gone by.
Hmm.
Enjoy
Theo
the wine.
begins to tell a story to everyone at the table. Some inane thing he did when he was back in, I don't know, maybe Middleburn or something years ago. Just, fitting in, playing his part.
Hmm.
Crikey, you've been to Middleburn. What's it like there? It's
Oh,
rather big on the map.
well said indeed, my friend. You know what? It is as much like Lavendale as it is unlike. It's a huge place, bustling everywhere, but buildings as high as one can see at times. Other times the smog gets in the way from the daily markets and industry. So it's a wonderful place to visit, but wouldn't want to live there.
I see.
Cities.
Ez and Garrow are both masters of saying things without saying things.
Something like that.
Quite.
Although none of the things that were said were untrue.
Mm-hmm.
Nicely vague, though.
Perhaps one day, I can show you it myself. Now, I've never
perhaps.
lived there, but I have passed through it a couple of times, as I'm sure every man of the Empire should, if they not have already in their lifetime.
So, Trig, you
Yes.
mentioned that you were going to go and say hello to the man in the big red coat.
Yes, I'm to wander, get up and maybe, classic pop to the loo, and on my way back, sort of, brush past his table, and I'm terribly sorry. Excuse me. Couldn't help but notice you were reading rather an interesting looking book there, sir.
As you say this, you do notice that the book itself, whilst having a rather luxurious dyed red leather backing, doesn't appear to have any kind of labeling either across its spine or either of the covers. Probably, which is what makes it so interesting. But as you do so, he puts the book down for a moment and looks at you and says, "Why, yes, it is quite interesting. Though not as interesting as that performance you just put on for the rest of us."
Performance? I cannot help but the wine wasn't what we were expecting. Can't can't be having the wool bit pulled over our heads, so to speak. It was yes, rather unfortunate incident, but at least we've managed to come across a nice glass of wine at the end of it. My name is Gruce, and my party, Grace and Gregorian, and my learned wizard friend Garrow over there.
Well, I'm afraid I can't say that there is much room at this table, as there is only a single chair spare. But if you wish to join me for a spell, please do so.
Excellent. May I inquire as to your name, sir?
Certainly. My name is George Dumfries.
George, pleased to make your acquaintance. Take a seat, if I may.
And he just simply offers you an open hand as if to say, please, go ahead.
Take a seat and roughly tell him a little of our story. Just travelling through the area and happened upon who recommended to come here by someone. And it's a very pleasant establishment, apart from that brief little encounter with the wine. But yes, you know, having a wander around, and I must admit, we're trying to find somebody of some learning and knowledge of the arcane. I don't know if you know of anyone
Knowledge
like that.
of the arcane, you say?
Yes.
Well, I'm afraid I can't help you much there myself, but now that I've seen your face, I think I'll recognize it in future. Do let me know if there's anything else that you may be in need of. I'll see what I can sort out for you, especially after seeing all of what you did over there. Certainly more entertaining than this little thing. And he simply snaps the book shut and puts it on the table.
Can I
tell me?
Yes. Oh. What can I tell you?
You were going to say something.
I was just going to you sound like someone that might have you certainly seem to be have an interest in reading and books and so on. Do you happen to have a library, sir? We are trying to do some research. We've heard rumors, and we are a band of adventurers in some way, or at least on occasion dabble in adventuring. And
I do have a library, but I assume that you are presuming me to be the man who recently moved here. I'm afraid that this is not correct if this is what you are in fact looking for. I'm simply passing through.
I see. Where do you hail from, sir?
I actually come from far up north. I'm sure you've heard of the place called Nordshire.
I have heard of it, or at least only in rumours and telling. I've never visited it myself. It's to the northeast of Middleburn, is it not?
It's thereabouts, yes. It is a fairly rural place. It has some. It has more of a hunting and farming community up there. Personally, I live in the mountains just north of this village itself. But, you know, I say I'm from there, and, well, and to say I'm from the mountains to the north of Stradivania it's very vague if you think about it. Just saying that I'm from Nordshire is a much better way to do things. How about yourself? You seem as though that you are, you seem as though you're somewhat of a specialty within the local cuisine, given that you, seemingly were such a fan of the wines of the local monastery.
I have spent some time in and around the winemaking industry myself, although I have recently tried to diversify away from that, shall we say.
Personally, I don't prefer to drink wines on much of an occasion. More of a brandy man myself.
Oh, really?
Helps you stay warm when things get cold in the wintry mountains.
I'd enjoy a nice tipple of brandy myself occasionally. I did have a couple of bottles of it, though I appear to have not have any more on me on my person. The last one I had was rather average, but well, you need to do when you're on the road and all that.
No, I know that. See, as he begins to, you see his rather large and bushy grey eyebrows shift left to right as a look of almost painfully obvious mischievousness comes across his face as he says, "I'm not supposed to do this, but would you like to have a taste of this?" And you see as he opens up his coat to reveal a tactfully hidden hip flask in a breast pocket.
I would have great difficulty in disguising the grin that is desperately trying to creep across Gruce's face. Oh, absolutely.
Oh, it's a personal favourite of mine here. And you see as he pulls the flask out and just simply passes it to your hands and says, "Don't show it to the waiter, he'll get angry. But do bear in mind, this is quite the stuff. Only have a little tickle of it."
Wouldn't want to upset the waiter any more than we already have. Quite.
Oh, no.
I would take a quick swig and a brief taste and a smell of it.
As soon as the liquid leaves the flask and passes over your lips, you are immediately struck by the immense warmth that it brings to your mouth. You can tell that this is not just a standard brandy, although it is most definitely based on a brandy. There seems to be some aspect of cinnamon and maybe a hint of ginger mixed in there that produces an overall effect of providing both an immediate and also long-lasting warmth that seemingly slowly flows down the throat and warms you from the core outwards. You can tell that after even just the tiniest amount of this, that there's even after the tiniest amount of this, there's something quite special about this.
By all the gods, that's fantastic. I pass the
Isn't it?
flask back discreetly. My word, where on earth did you get this? What is this?
I made this one myself.
Made it? My word, sir.
It's
impressed.
it has some rather exotic ingredients, but that much is a little secret, I'm afraid. If you want some more, perhaps you'll have to find your way to where I live up north and see if you can, well, if you happen to find yourself in the area, come and take a visit, and I'll reward you with as much of this as you like.
My word. I think I will have to convince the rest of my party. I don't think it will take much convincing. You already have me sold. A trip to the mountains it is in the near future, I believe. Always wanted to visit the mountains. Now I want to visit them even more. Crikey, wow. That is rather fantastic. So what brings you to these parts, then?
Oh, once a year or so, I like to go travelling around and just seeing how the world has changed. As nice as it is to have a spot of isolation up north, sometimes it's nice to just get out and about and just see how everything has changed on a year-to-year basis. For example, did you know that it was only recently that over in the dwarven lands that a group of adventurers, much like yourself, made a discovery of archaeological magnificence. An
really?
ancient dwarven city, once thought lost to the ages, was found to have been sunk into the earth by a rowdy group of earthen elementals who had been lording over their prize for centuries. And it was thanks to their efforts that it's now being excavated as a dwarven artifact of sorts. Surprisingly enough, the whole thing is located under the Great Lake. It's a wonder that it hasn't flooded over already.
The Great Lake. You say, where is this? Do I have the? In fact, do you know what? Do you mind if I ask my my good friend Gara over there to come and join us for a second? Because I believe he's from up north. I don't know the northern lands myself very well. I certainly know he's travelled far and wide. He was only a minute ago regaling us of tales of his trips through his last trip through Middleburn. Desperately.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
Well then, please, welcome over. But, if you do, bring that wine with you.
Quite. Gara, old chap, hop over and meet my my new friend and bring the bottle.
Yeah, gladly will. I nod to Grace and Grigori. Do entertain yourselves. I'm sure I'll be back presently.
The elf just simply shrugs and takes another sip of the wine. You get the impression that he seems to be genuinely enjoying this particular bottle.
Ah, good. Good. I'm always glad when I can please a lady.
Well, as you say that, he just okay, Gara. The scowl of disapproval that you see coming from Grigori as you say this makes the scowl of disapproval when you told the owner of the Golden Goblet that his most prized wine was in fact a fraud look like a pleasant smile bathed in sunshine by comparison.
I take this in my stride, but as I walk with Gruce over to the other table, I must no matter how long I live, Gruce, I don't think I'll ever understand elven women.
If looks could kill, Grigori would be tried for war crimes.
I'm probably enjoying this little thing too much, aren't I?
Well, as you make your way over, you see the man in the big red coat looks at you and welcomes you in with a hearty smile and says, "Welcome, welcome. You'll have to grab yourself a chair, I'm afraid. This little table here is starting to get a little packed, don't you think?"
I smile at the man and offer to shake his hand heartily and say, "Well, if that's the case, my good sir, why don't you come join us at our table? We have plenty of space."
Oh, I suppose I could, couldn't I? But then I'd have to go over there, he says, looking over as if it were some grand journey. Oh, I'm sure I can manage it. You see, as
Splendid.
he gets up and begins to make his way over with his large, flowing red coat and his well-hidden bottle of brandy. He does make sure, though, after initially forgetting it for a moment, to grab the book behind him, and as he does so, mutters something to himself. Roll me a perception check to see if you can spot what he says.
Give me 2 secs.
Okay. I can roll for you if you're not at your computer.
I'll be there in just now.
All right. Well, Garrow definitely picks up on this, but unfortunately, I don't think Bruce does.
No.
But Garrow, you hear as he grabs the book, he says, "Oh, wouldn't want to forget that. The missus almost killed me last time." But as
we arrive at the table, I introduce everyone around the table to our new friend. I'm sorry, my friend, I didn't quite catch your name.
My name is George.
George, a pleasure to meet you, I'm sure. Come, let us drink, be merry, and tell tales from time past.
George, Gruce, Garrow, Grace, and Grigori. Crikey, everyone's name begins with a G, although we are 4/5 of
within the Golden Goblet.
Indeed. Yes.
That is quite the coincidence, isn't it?
Yes.
Almost as
how
if
the
fated to be.
yes, how the hands of fate tend to bring these things about far more often than what you'd expect.
Yes. Fate
So
is
anyway,
an interesting one.
Just a quick word of warning.
Go on.
Given the time and the fact that Marsh and Chase haven't really had much of an opportunity to do much, I'm going to be bringing a session to a close relatively soon.
Yeah, it's fair.
That's fine. If you want to spend the rest of the session with either Marsh or CD,
sure,
if they're still here.
I'm generally quite enjoying the session so far.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine.
And what about you, Chase? Is there anything that you'd like to cover, Chase? Or are you quite happy to just continue hearing the others communicate with this rather jolly man?
I
Sounds
think
as consent.
May have been... yes. I disavow that statement, but yes.
We.
Sorry about the cough. But yes, as George makes his way over to the table, he makes sure to pull the chair that he was sitting on back at his own over in order to make sure that he actually has somewhere to sit. And as he sits down, the first thing he does is catch a glimpse of Grigori and says, "Oh dear, who shat in your wine?" And you just see as Grigori Grigori at this point is just being the most miserable fuck that you could possibly imagine.
And sheepishly holds out his hands and apologizes. I'm sorry, that's my fault. I'm still learning the etiquette of conversing with the Elven Empire's residents.
No, well, it doesn't bother me all too much. Just so long as he ends up having a decent time at some point in the future, that's all that matters to me.
He seems to find fun in unusual ways. He is, as elves are often known to do.
Well, can you blame them, really? This world can often get so boring. I can't imagine how it must be for someone who has to live here for, 1,000 years?
Yes, I imagine that would get somewhat tiresome. I'm not sure how old he is. I mean, I've only been around for about 20-something, nearly 30 years or so. 1,000 seems terrifying in...
I interrupt Gruce a moment there with an arm and shoulder and give him a look of, you don't talk about a lady's age in front of her. Don't actually say anything, but my look is clear to any human.
You know, now that I think about it, how old are the pair of you two? And, he just
That's
simply
not
looks
fair.
at
I
Grace.
haven't worked that out.
So you stopped counting too.
Look, I'm old enough to still enjoy the travels of the land, to still smell the fresh smell of morning dew, and that is all that matters to me.
Yes. I must agree. It is so important to know that when you go around these lands far and wide, that you never forget the sweetness of smelling the chill of a morning's gasp.
Well said. And I
Indeed.
pour him a fresh glass from the local wine.
Oh, thank you. And he takes it and he drinks down in less of a sip and more of a gulp, taking it as if it were almost as if it were a soft drink before. Finishing his gulp, gasping and saying, "My, this stuff is almost like a juice. It's delightful."
I clap my hands and laugh. This guy knows how to make an entrance.
Isn't it? I believe it was brewed at a monastery not too far from here. Athos Monastery, in fact. Which, if you can keep a secret, for a while I was a resident there.
Oh, was that the case?
Not so much anymore. We had a disagreement, a little bit of fun and antics, and they thought we came to an understanding that perhaps a life of a monk wasn't for me.
Now, if I know the Athos, I know that lot like to keep themselves for the most part, with them only really going out and about the outside world to make a bit of coin so that they can trade what they can't produce locally.
And
so I have to ask.
Yes?
If you're one of them, why are you here?
Well, as I said, I found that I wasn't a perfect fit for the monastery. I sought adventure and enjoyed the wine a little too much and wanted to explore the world. And as you said, they are a solitary bunch. And much as those many years of meditation and brewing of wines was a joy, I was given gifts and sent on my way to explore the world.
Well, they are a good bunch, those lot. Taking in those who've lost their way and giving them a house and rules to live by. Now, some people in this world, they just can't help but ruin themselves without a good bit of direction to help them get by.
I was one such person. As I said, I don't like to mention it too loudly. Certainly not round here, as I originally came from these parts. But yes, I was once a little bit on the wayward side myself. Of course, still a little bit wayward. We have to, seek excitement and fun. Wouldn't want to settle down too early. I am only. You asked me my age. I'm not quite 30 yet.
Well, you have plenty of years ahead of you then. And how about you, young lady? He says, directing his attention towards Grace.
Aha, I didn't know whether it was directing it towards me or Theo. Why, I travel seeking glory. My clan has long fought for strength
Your
and power.
clan?
Indeed.
That's a very, very old term.
Well, up in the
People haven't
mountains,
People
must
haven't
keep
lived in
down.
clans around these parts for a great many years now. Do you follow the old ways?
Some of them.
I'm sorry, I think I may have cut you off a moment ago. Where did you say that you were from?
Up in the mountains, by the wilderness. We had a village up there where we trained, and I sought challenges elsewhere.
So that's why you travel.
And believe me, these guys, they bring plenty of challenge.
Right?
Well, I see that these two certainly brought enough of a challenge to the owner of this place a moment ago. You seem to be perfectly happy to just play along. Were you having a spot of fun, were you?
A spot of fun? Why, they were served inferior wine.
Indeed they were, and managed to get themselves a bottle of superior wine in the process.
Indeed, a very generous man, don't you think?
Very, very much so.
Grace is completely sincere. I picked up on none of this with the wisdom save. But yes,
Well,
we've been seeking. You haven't heard any information on this this sun seeker, sun eater, whatever it was supposed to be around here, buried in the fields, apparently.
Sun Eater.
oh, yes. Yes, the Sun Eater. I've heard that legend, and many years ago when I came through here. When was it again? He begins to stroke his beard and thought. Yes. I think it was around 8 to 9 years ago, or somewhere in that range. There was an old orc warrior who had travelled the land, slaying a great many things, and had decided to try settling down. A kind of retirement, if you will. And as most people do, once they have enough money, he decided to retire to somewhere nice and warm and comfortable. A place surrounded by fields of flowers. And he thought, well, I presume he thought, that a sun-eating sword would probably not be a good fit for such a thing. And so he buried it somewhere in the surrounding lands. Apparently he never wanted it to be found, so he never marked the spot. And rumour has it that he even paid off one of the farmers to plough over it and make sure that it was completely hidden under a bed of flowers.
Seems
Yes.
a great waste. A warrior of such renown deciding to die in a house instead of gloriously on the battlefield.
Yes, well, maybe he thought that dying on the battlefield had not been working out for him so far.
Well, it hasn't worked
After
out
all.
for me either.
Well, just remember that no matter how you live your life, if nothing else gets you, the time will get you eventually.
Hopefully not too soon, eh? Plenty of adventure and fun to be had out there yet.
Oh,
Absolutely.
most definitely. Look at me. I've no idea how old I am. I stopped counting years ago, yet I'm still young to die. No, wait, I said
Wait.
that wrong. I'm too young to die. That's the way
Absolutely.
you want to think.
Any man that is capable of making brandy such as yours, sir, is,
Oh, yes, quite. Speaking of, he looks left and right again in the exact same quizzical manner as before and proceeds to just, in one quick, swift motion, quickly spikes his own glass of wine that Garrow had previously poured for him with a shot of the brandy before quickly swilling it around and then putting the hip flask back into his coat.
Theo raises an eyebrow at this. He had previously been unaware of the hip flask.
Well, he looks at you raising the eyebrow and says, "What a taste!"
Well, by all means, I'm never one to turn down a good drink.
And he offers you the spiked wine.
And I will take a... you know what? I'm not going to take a hearty swig of it first, because I want to actually save it and find out what it is. So I will take a sip at first. If it
All
agrees
right.
with me, then I'll go for the hearty swig.
As you take a sip of the wine, you find that the taste of the wine, whilst previously sweet and almost flowery in nature, has since been almost intensified and filled out, much like how you would expect a nice spiced mulled wine to taste, with the overall flavor being a nice, rich blend of, well, Christmassy flavors.
Huh. Joe looks up at George for a moment, blinks, and then smiles before heartily enjoying it, saying, "Good Lord, never had anything quite like this. But it is."
Oh, it's quite something, isn't it?
Oh, yes, it is. I wonder if you would be willing to share the recipe with my friend here, Gruce. He's a bit of a brewing aficionado.
Oh, I'm sure he is, but this one's well, I'd say it's a family recipe, but I think you need to pass it down to someone for that to count. No, it's a
Yesrallaw
secret of
heartily at
mine.
that.
It's a secret
Fair
of
enough.
mine, but
Fair enough.
maybe
Everyone
I
has to have
can.
their own.
Maybe if you lot all come visit me in the middle of the up in the mountains to the north of Nordshire, maybe then perhaps we can be made family, and I'll pass on the knowledge to someone who's likely to treasure it and make proper use of it in future.
Well,
sounds
Nordshire is close to my old neck of the woods. I'd say it's been quite a while since I visited the old north of the lands.
Yes, it is. It is quite the place, isn't it? Ah, so you also come from Nordshire, do you?
No, not originally, but I've spent quite a bit of time there. In fact, when I was just starting out as a wizard, it was one of the few places I first visited in order to try and get my degree in wizarding. Unfortunately, I was unable to secure a place at the local college. But
Ah,
before that, my family did trade with them from time to time. We're from a logging and timber town to the northwest.
oh, is that right? What's that
Yes,
place called? There's a few spots around there.
you may have heard of it. I mean, it is not exactly on the map, but it's known as Podington.
Hmm. No, I think I have heard of it. Though not for a great
Really?
many years.
You can see Garrow's face light up a little at someone actually recognizing the podunk of his hometown, Podington.
Hmm. If memory serves, don't they, No, I don't think they have much in the way of educational stuff, do they?
Oh, well, if you ever want to learn anything you need to about felling trees, none can teach you better than the good folk of my hometown.
Oh, I'm sure that much is true, yes.
But they do have a bit of trouble telling difference between, say, a lightning bolt and a fireball, or even a levitation, or, for example, I don't know, throwing a drunk out of the pub.
No.
When I discovered I was of the magically gifted, I'm sure you can understand it was completely understandable that I had to leave for the higher calling of the wizardly scholarly ways.
Well, I do hope that you have found your calling in doing your wizardly things.
I
Oh,
am
heavens.
but a student on.
I do apologize, but I've just realized the time. It's almost sundown and I have to be getting going.
Oh, fair enough. It was a pleasure to share a drink with you, and hopefully we can do it again in the near future.
Yes. I'm not going to be here tomorrow. I'm getting out of the town and making my way northwards over to Melbourne. There's some old acquaintances that I need to be in contact with, and the last ferry, I believe it ships off at sunset. So I've got to be going.
George, you never said what it is you do. I meant to ask earlier.
Oh, well. Mostly these days I just travel around and visit old friends. But I suppose I used to be quite the active fellow, didn't I? Oh well, I'll have to tell you more about that later if we see each other again. Hopefully we do. Oh,
Indeed.
and before I leave you, let me give you some advice. Look for a man called, what was his name again? Ah, yes, Arthur Mayfield.
Arthur Mayfield.
I think he may be able to help you out with what you need.
Oh, thank you. Well, it's been a pleasure, George.
He nods his head and he gives a friendly wave and then just as he's about to step away, he stops for a moment and then looks to the pair of you, in fact, looks to all four of you and says, come on, give me a big hug. And beckons you forth with big sweeping arm movements.
Why the heck not?
Why not? Yes. Nothing weird about that at all.
We, grown adults having a few drinks and then hugging when they say goodbye. That sounds fairly normal to me.
Fairly, yes, I guess, yes.
Well,
George, it's been a pleasure. You have a safe journey, sir.
as he brings the pair of you in, Kiki, does Grace also get up to join him for the hug?
Not if he doesn't look disdainful at the fact that she hasn't.
Well, in that case, you probably wouldn't, as he would basically just gesture to the all four of you, and then just shrug when some of you don't take him up on the offer. But there is something noteworthy. When he embraces the pair of you, Graro and Gruce, he hugs you initially, and then ends up squeezing tight into a bear hug as he lifts the pair of you off your feet.
Bloody hell. I can understand that for Gruce, but bloody hell.
Yeah.
And in doing so, drops the pair of you with a bit of a thud as you hit the ground. Obviously landing on your feet, but he gives off a big hearty laugh as he says, "It's been a pleasure, and I hope to see you all again soon. Farewell."
Safe
Yes.
journeys.
A bit off. Yeah, he's a bit off balance for a second there, but he quickly recovers and says, yes, it was a pleasure. I hope to meet you again soon.
And he quickly darts out of the building and disappears around the corner. Though,
He didn't forget his book this time.
He doesn't. Although, after maybe a minute or so, the tiefling barman comes over to your table and says, "Do you know when that man is going to be returning? He has yet to pay for his drinks."
I don't know. He seems to have.
He said he had to catch a ferry or something, did he not?
Did.
At this point, you just see the otherwise permanent smile crack once again as he begins to rub his temples. And then just simply looks at the rest of you and says, "Thank you for the information." And then quickly darts out of the bar, chasing after what you can only assume to be a dine and dash aficionado.
Just after a succulent Chinese meal and a glass of wine.
Well played, George. That's
You
what
know
I'm saying
what?
there.
You know what? I will join the chase.
Oh, will you? All right. In that case, Kiki, as Grace realizes that this friendly old man who's offered you all drinks and been nice and friendly and open with you has apparently been a dine and
A
dasher.
scoundrel with the highest regard.
You go running after him. I assume you also call after the bar owner and tell him that you're going to help?
Why, yes, that's I shall aid you.
Well-
We cannot allow people to simply dine and dash here.
Well, as you run out of the building, you were immediately struck by the fact that the barman is just simply stood there looking somewhat confused.
Which way did he run?
I have no idea. I saw him. I saw him dash off to the left as soon as he left the room. I looked out. I looked to the left. There's nowhere he could be but running down the road, and yet he's gone.
Then we must fetch the guards. The guards can search the town.
This place doesn't have any guards. At least none that would be concerned about this.
I'm terribly sorry, but your town, your hotspot of tourism, has no guards, no armories, and no smithing.
This place has its own way of dealing with these things. I'll be back shortly. And you see as he just simply walks back into the bar with a look of dismay on his face and stops for a moment and looks back to you, Kiki, and says, Come here, come here.
I'll come over.
Could you do me a favor?
Of course.
You got a good look at the man's face, right?
I did.
Okay. He takes out what looks like a very special looking, entirely gold leaf created quill, as if plucked straight from a literal golden goose, and dips it in a quick inkwell and just simply places a piece of parchment down on there on the counter side for you, and says, "You got a better look at his face than I did. I only served him wine at the beginning of the night, and he's been in here sipping on that same bottle for the most of the evening. But since you were more recently involved, you should be able to remember his face better. Just simply close your eyes and just think about trying to draw his face onto the piece of parchment, and the magic will do the rest."
I shall happily do so.
And with that, Kiki, as Grace closes her eyes and you begin to draw, as just simply allowing the quill to take over the actions of your hand, it's a bizarre and interesting sensation. It's almost as if it's not as if your hand is being controlled against your will, but it's more so like you are divinely inspired, almost with the similar sensation to when you use your divine gifts to have your god draw the attack directly into your foe. And so as a result, it comes naturally to you using this quill. But after a while, you feel the inspiration leave your hand, and assuming that the magic has come to an end, you look down at the piece of paper, and instead of a face, you just simply see 3 words. Ho, ho, ho.
It would appear as though this...
Kiki, I think this pen is insulting you.
Oh.
Terrible. With that, I think that's an appropriate time to bring a close to the session.
Fair enough. It is 1 in the
Wouldn't you
morning.
all agree?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh
White.
God, it is 1 in the morning.
It is 3 in the morning in here.
Oh, Christ.
That's some dedication.
Yes, the part where I didn't even play.
And dedication is what you need.
Still, that shows...
Well, don't worry, Chase. We'll start the next session off with covering what CD was doing, whilst the rest of the party were trolling an unfortunate tiefling barman
I feel bad for the guy. God damn it! I feel bad for him.
I did feel bad for
A,
him
we
too.
weren't trolling him. We were
You
playing
guys were
the
being such
game of
dicks to him.
gentlemen. And B, it wasn't just some tiefling barman. It was Chase's future character.
Look, my future character is going to. Actually, you know what? No, I don't have a future character because CD isn't going to die. Fuck you.
Well said. Well said.
Well, CD has certainly gained a lot of respect from Grace for going out and making an honourable kill. Let's hope that Grace doesn't find out she was lied to.
Also, this is the last time you will ever know that he actually killed something because I am not making that roll again.
But you were never going to go hunting again.
None that you would know of. I'm sorry, but even if the prospect of you selling my fine fur, my fine pelt is attractive, I am not gambling with my life like this again. I am.
Well, there's nothing to gamble your life with. Garrow is a very gullible person who is well-meaning. He was
Garrow,
being completely sincere.
Garrow, yes. Grace, no,
Grace
not at all.
is bordering on psychotic at times.
Yes.
I mean, Paladin. What
but
paladin is not psychotic?
They are all
But
mad.
not killed party member if they do anything slightly bad, psychotic.
Anything that's slightly bad. I can look
Okay,
over anything.
So,
I mean, she hasn't
Repeated
killed you
heinous
for stealing
actions.
from
Look,
the
I'm
church,
I'm just
has she?
happy you're not. I'm just happy you're not casting detect evil on when I'm in your presence. All right.
I don't have a
So-
problem with evil.
what do you all think of the prequel to the Christmas special?
Ho ho ho.
It's a good
Great.
setup.
Yes, absolutely.
It has a 10 out of 10 setup, honestly.
Santa is strong.
Okay, who the fuck is getting a million pings right now?
I have
Chase.
no idea. I'm not getting
Chase,
pinged for some
You
reason.
fucking Chase.
Shut up! I'm seriously. I just don't know. I'm not seeing any pings.
I can hear it coming from you, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that too, but I don't know where I'm getting them.
Have you tried
Also-
turning it off and on again?
I assume it didn't take terribly long to figure out that this was basically Santa.
Chap in a red coat with a fur lining. Bit of a giveaway.
I may have DM'd Trig, is this Santa at some point? In my defense, I'd gone downstairs to feed the cat, and I don't have good reception when I'm downstairs, so
Chap in
I
fur
missed
line,
most of
red
the
red
opening
red
salvo.
coat, fur lines comes from the north. Has travelled around a lot. Yes, it does fit rather well.
if we do find ourselves up in the north, it might be nice to check in with the old family.
Hmm.
And it's also good to know
Well-
that Santa's a dine and dasher.
Absolutely.
Of course he is.
He does that in every place on the planet every
Every
year.
night, yeah. Breaks into your house,
Mhm.
Maybe not every night.
has a
just
quick
one night.
snack.
Well, in
Usually
Ask
leaves-
places though, he leaves presents, so it's not quite it's not quite a dine and dash.
The real interesting thing to find out is whether or not Santa in your universe turns out to be Jewish. Because Hollywood movies have taught me that every Santa is
Now.
Jewish.
Now, this is fantasy. The Jews don't exist here.
Hmm.
They do.
No, there
Just
is that
slaughter a
race
whole
of
cave full
people
of them.
with. There is that race of
What-
people, though, who have strangely long noses and seem very good at business.
You
Oh,
mean
yeah,
you
the
mean the
elves.
ones that play the violins and atop the trees that they like to coppice? All I'm going to say is, what world have you created in which you've allowed the French to exist but not the Jews? Like, we know which group is worse there.
I
Well,
don't know.
here's the thing.
I'd say it's pretty neck and neck.
You're assuming the Jews don't
Nose and
exist.
nose.
Oh no.
I suppose I am.
They're the ones with the rhododendron honey.
What if it turns out that the orcs are actually the Jews in this universe?
Well, let me just put it this way. There is a particular individual who currently resides within the dwarven city of Warrenheim, whose name is Gonkig Oppenheimer.
Oh.
Also, to be in a dwarven city.
And
Oppenheimer.
he
Do you want to
is
see
a
some?
gnome.
Do you want to see something really horrifying?
No.
What is this?
Always. Oh no. It's really not
Why is
bad.
this not opening for me?
What the fuck is that?
It's an oyster in between two biscuits.
With some chocolate. It's a
That is-
schmoister.
Oh my god.
This is heresy. I will not stand for this. Whoever invented this should be fucking
I think the
sent
only
to a
correct response to
goddamn
this
shame.
is to call
It's
you a schmuck.
moister.
Yes, this is what happens when people
Trick.
mention s'mores around me.
Rick, you are an absolute schmuck. You know that?
Don't blame me. That was actually posted by Jess earlier in the bakery.
Well,
I
we-
just saw that.
we
I was like,
definitely
oh god. Never ever look in my cookery channel in my server. It is always horrifying.
I don't know. There's a couple good dishes in there.
Hey, my cottage pie looked amazing.
Do you want to see the picture of Kiki's cottage pie that she posted?
Ooh, yes.
Oh god, that's going to be too
By the way,
big to
James,
post.
did you read the story I sent you?
Are
I
my
actually
files
haven't
too
had an
powerful?
opportunity to do so
No.
yet.
That's alright.
I shall do so now.
You don't have to. Don't worry.
I won't do it then.
No, like,
Ever.
I want your opinion privately.
I'm
Sorry.
deleting it now.
There you go.
Don't.
There is the most horrifying cottage pie I've ever seen. Well, maybe not.
We're eating some of it in a few minutes.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like that anymore.
What's a cottage pie?
It is basically it's basically that but cooked. It's mincemeat, carrots, peas, onions, and gravy, topped with mashed potato, and then
I mean,
baked.
you know, give it an hour. That looks
It
delicious.
is glorious if done right.
Yes.
If done wrong, we do not speak of it.
I mean, there is a shepherd's pie where you use lamb mince, a cottage pie where you use beef mince. Basically the difference.
Mm-hmm.
Classic
Everyone
English
knows that
recipe.
shepherd's pies are made with shepherds.
I might have to make that on my own someday. Anyway,
Of
it's
course.
3 a.m. I am tired. I just
I'm
want
also tired.
to ask James that one question and then go to sleep. So, good night.
Right. Well,
And I shall not hear anything.
good
I'm simply
night,
going to go to
Chase.
bed. Fare thee well.
good night,
Good night, mate.
Marsh. I think now's a good time to end the stream then.
Indeed.
Yeah.
The
Good
stream's
night,
still
everyone.
going.
No. Totally ended.